and welcome at European Club Cup 2021. I'm Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalaishvili and the host of the event. Today we have playoff phase, which means that from 91 European clubs, many of them eliminated, and we have few of them now in playoffs. More accurately, we have 18 teams now competing each other for 2 days in this space. Let's talk a little bit about prices and the tournament format. We have total prize fund 14,000 euros, which the winner will get 4,000 euros. A second team will get 3,000 euros, a third team will get 2,000 euros, and then we have also the prizes for fourth and fifth places. There is a special prize for the Brilliancy Games that is dedicated to the world champion and the great chess player Smyslov. The team will find the best and brilliant game of the event. If you follow the tournament, and if you already found your favorite game, you can just mail us and send us your opinion which one deserves to be the prize winner of Vasily Smyslov Brilliant Prize. There are also prizes for first board, second board, third board, and fourth board. That prize is 400 euros. We're gonna find the best players also on the boards. So, yeah, it's quite tense tournament indeed. And about format of the event, we have now playoffs for 2 days, and then we're gonna have the finals as well for 30 and 31, where 10 teams will compete each other and will fight for the title. The event is organized by European Chess Union and Monte Carlo Chess Club under the high patronage of His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. And here you can see the time schedule. Make sure that you also join us for closing ceremony, which will be on 2nd of April. All right, games already started. I'm ready to get into the chess battles. And before that, maybe we can also take a look. Who are those teams that will play today? Let's take a look at the standings for the moment. Here we have first group. All in all, we have 3 groups, and this is the first group. All those groups are the winners and second place from the qualification tournament. This is really strong group, I must say. You can see Baden-Baden, the first ranked team here we have in this group. They were struggling to get in playoffs, but they managed to do it. So we're gonna see today them playing. I personally hope that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave joins the team, and we're gonna see his play as well. So here we have team from Russia, Mednik Vlastnik, as well as team from England. Polish team is here, Poland Hussars. We have another Russian team, New Old Boys, and also team called Svetlana. That's interesting. I still want to know the backgrounds of this team and why they're called Svetlana. Let's move to the next group, and here we have Novibor. The team is one of the top seeds in the starting list, and they were absolute favorite of qualifiers, as well as Azeri team, Eldar Yuldu. In this case, I hope that Shahriar Mamedyarov joins the Azeri team, and we're gonna see his games probably today, or maybe he's reserved for finals. We're gonna see this. We have also a team from Ukraine, Greco Notary Chess team, who was also one of the favorites of qualifiers. In this group, I see another Azeri team, Tahsin Idman, will compete. Really strong group, and the group from France and Germany are also joined in here. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I will not pronounce that. It's quite challenging for me. I'll do it later on. Let's move to the next group. Here we have Ladi Kazan, the absolute favorite of Group A in qualifiers. Klishchiachas, also absolute favorite of his group, of their group. And then we have Polovny Wroclaw, again the absolute favorite of the qualifiers. And then we have two German club, um, Hamburg Chess Club and SV Hockenheim club, and we have one Israeli club in this competition, Bir Sheva Chess Club. Wow, quite tense, quite tense. And we're going to have a lot of great names in this round. I am so ready to start. And guess what? Guess what? I see the games. I see who are playing. Shahriar Mamedier against Vasily Ivanchuk. Let's get the chessboard. On this side, you can see the Zoom. If you just joined the tournament, I would like to remind all the viewers that we also have Zoom call of the players, and this Zoom call is also attended by FIDE arbiters who are controlling this situation in the area of chess players. We know that nowadays we're having a huge challenge for fair play, and you know what? I don't expect anything at this stage because we have only great names here playing. So yes. I bet you can see Vasily Ivanchuk on the screen. I can see as well as Shahriar Mamediero. He's chilling in his room, I guess. Another day he was streaming on Twitch, Shahriar Mamediero, and this is Vasily Ivanchuk thinking about his plan, probably. So good to see great players in this event. Unfortunately, we have to see them in Zoom call. Usually we have opportunity to see them over the board regular chess events, but anyway, we're happy to have them, and we're happy to have online event happening. So let's get the chessboard quickly and let's start to analyze. That's going to be really tough work for me, but I'm ready to do it. So let's start from the beginning. This is a game, as I mentioned earlier, Shahriar Mamediarov and Vasily Ivanchuk. This is Group A, first group, and let's go. D4 was played by Shahriar Mamediarov. Vasily Ivanchuk replied with knight f6 and g6. Seems like they decided to go to King's Indian defense. With a little bit different setup, which reminds me to that transposed to another opening. Let's see. White started to attack the queen side and center. You can see this very aggressive setup already from white side, and black is just developing the move and just push c5, which is here black's plan, and tries to simplify the position, change as much pieces as possible. Here black has no problem, no weakness in the position, but white has here on the queen side the space advantage, as you can see, and the clear plan to push a5 and then to wait here. Maybe white will push more a6 and create even more space for its pieces, and also this is going to be I think something that black will be worried in the end game, or white can also trade the pawn on b6 after a5 and try to fight for open a file. On the other hand, as I mentioned earlier, black has here no any single weakness, and now it is white to move. There is a tension on in the center. The knight is hanging on e4, and my question is, what happens after knight takes on e4? That can be captured back with the bishop, and if queen captures bishop back, then bishop takes b2. We're going to have opposite color of bishop, and I guess we all know the answer of the question, which bishop is better. dark square bishop will be way much better. If white decides to trade dark square bishop, then white has to play queen somewhere on b3, on c1. I think b3 looks more logical, and we're gonna have then this kind of position where white will try to prove that dark square on the king side are weakened. So we're waiting here a move, and that's rook fd1. Shahriar wants to keep tension on the board. Why not? And just tries to develop the pieces, and maybe he's waiting black to make some changes in the game. Of course, we're watching for the trades at the beginning, and that's knight c3, and after bishop takes c3, we might have the similar position as we had earlier. Another option here for black is to play knight f6, just to maintain this really strong knight in the center, which controls queen side and also king side. Yeah, the position is indeed very interesting. Time you can see on the clock, it's 10 minutes for both players. They don't have to worry at this phase, but we're gonna have, I guess we're gonna have some time pressure in many games. I will remind, I would like to remind you that the time control is 15 minutes plus 5 seconds of increment, and also very good news for chess players. They have a possibility to pre-move. That's very important for online chess, to have this option to pre-move. And I've just learned that Tornello, the platform where the tournament is played, added this option for this event. You can see Shahriar Mammadli on the screen, and also other chess players too. I can recognize Karakamsky as well, and many others. So knight f6 was not played, and here Vasily Ivanchuk is thinking. We can meanwhile move to the next game, Gadir Gusainov against Maxim Lagort. And this is something that called my attention, and we have to see it from the beginning. So d4 was played, knight f6, and almost a similar setup here, probably King's Indian, but a regular setup where knight comes from e2 and g3. That sort of calls for some attack on the king side. Let's see what happened. h4 is on the board. Nowadays, h4 is so popular. Move just to start the king side attack without castling. Here, white will not castle for sure on the short side, maybe on the long side. Let's see. And h5 was played here. Black has a couple of options to sub this h-pawn. One option is to play h6, and after h5 to play g5 and have this structure. But here, Gadir Gusainov decided to stop on with h5, more active way, which was replied by bishop g5. That's exactly what happens after you push h-pawn. The bishop has this amazing square on g5, and there's no way to kick this bishop back. There's no move of h6. So a6 was played, and oh, beautiful. Okay, bishop h5. Sacrifice for 2 pawns, and a really good initiative, really good attack on the king side. Yeah, very nice decision. At least for us, for spectators, we always want to see some fire on the board rather than quiet game. So we have it. The bishop was sacrificed on h5 for 2 pawns. Here, white's whole concept is that king is exposed. king is in the center still, and also those pieces are not developed and they are not playing. That's going to be very hard, challenging here for black to develop these pieces, because those knights are fighting for the same squares, and d7 knight blocks the bishop and the development. White to move, and white is considering here a couple of moves, and I'm sure one of the moves that white is considering is bishop takes f6. This bishop, this horse is hanging here, knight is hanging here, so after taking it back, queen takes, and okay, here we have also two moves. One move is to capture this rook here. Another move is to capture queen b2, maybe before this or after queen b2. And I believe that black feels really okay in this position. Now those pieces are hanging. King is also in the center. So I don't think that's the best decision to capture this knight. It's not free. It's not free knight. So white here decided to play rook g3 instead of taking on f6, and now maybe he will think to capture this knight the next move. If black decides to take on b2, in this scenario the knight is not hanging on c3, so white has a time to play rook b1 with a tempo and kick this queen back on a3. And here the move I would like to consider is bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6. So here black has really huge challenge to make a decision. Seems like white made a good choice. Maxime Lagarde made a good choice to capture this, to sacrifice the bishop. Look at the time. At least he gained some time. At least he gained some time. He made his opponent to think in really complicated position, and that's maybe a really good strategy in their rapid game. The opponent has not enough time to think through. And we have to go quickly to another interesting game which is played here between Andrei Esipenko and Etienne Bacro. And we have here already the resignation. We came on time. We came on time to see at least the resignation. This is Group C, and we have to see what happened here. What really happened here. So I'll quickly get through the moves. d4, d5 was played, c4 is 6, and we have a very common queen's gambit setup with a3, e3, and captures on d5. Black decides to trade the knights on d5, and I think that would cost black a point, because when you trade the knight from f6, then when the knight leaves f6 square, then this pawn is not well defended. So let's see what happened. Yeah, this bishop just targets the pawn here, and black needs some time to get another knight on f6. c5 was played, h4 immediately. Beautiful. Already second game today. In the first round, when we see h4 move, knight g5 attacks the pawn h7, and anyway the knight gets on h7, and beautiful. This is beautiful. This is really beautiful. Typical sacrifice, which seems out to be correct one. And knight g5. Yeah. Yeah. This is really high level. I must say, knight g5 here. At some point after king h8, you might think that, but what's the follow-up here? And this is the follow-up. Knight g5. This pawn is hanging, and it's actually a checkmate. black cannot really defend it other way but to trade this knight and give a chance white monster rook to attack the king. A knight f8, and we have this scenario. Rook h7, check first, and now it's black here resigned because after king g8 there will be a checkmate in few moves, and that's the end of this game. I like this game. I will remember this game for later events, I guess. Yeah, isn't it beautiful one? We can take a look to the next games. I see a lot of sharp games, and I see that it's not gonna be like early draws and some boring openings. We're gonna see really beautiful chess. I am so happy for that. So we see here in this game Arkady Neidich and Alexander Shimanov. The rook got on g4. This is really aggressive setup here. The question is how the rook got on g4. Let's see from the beginning, and let's do it really quickly. So we had a French defense where white goes for knight d2, and this rook got on e4 really quickly, kicks the queen back in passive situation, and then rook gets on g4 and attacks the king side, and then we have bishop h6. I believe we're gonna see another beautiful game here, and we're gonna see some sacrifices here as well. Let's keep watching this one. It's kinda looks like there will be some sacrifices here for next moves. Meanwhile, I will quickly take a look if something interesting is happening in other groups. I see also interesting situation on the in the game of Vitaly Maribanov and Ivan Cheparinov. Seems like Sicilian defense. Sicilian defense, we can get through it. If you play Sicilian defense, this will be really interesting for you. So we have Najdorf, where white pushes f-pawn. And yeah, this is very typical here. Black plays on the queen side and white plays on the king side. The center is more or less stabilized. And here we have f5. And the pawn was sacrificed on e4 in order to push then f6. This looks very nice, and as a result, white opened the g-file. Now king is weaken, and black plays queen e6. Of course, if black manages here to trade the queens, that's going to be the dream scenario for black, and white has to keep the queens on the board, of course. There's no question for that. There's no question for that. The end game will be just better here for black. Another f6 pawn is in the game of Adams and Kovalev. The final move here for white was f6. This looks really nice. Let's see from this point. Knight f5 was played. Clearly white is pressing the king side, has really active rook on f3. We see so much rook lifts in the first round of the European Club Cup. So this rook is really active and ready to attack the king. And now queen takes b2. I would say this is poison at the beginning, but black doesn't really have much option. Otherwise, the bishop will come and f6 will be anyway on the board. So black decided to capture the pawn on b2, and also bishop is hanging. So f6 was played, and now black has to make a decision. Really tough decision though. If black gets greedy and grabs this f6 pawn, bishop comes on f6, and that's gonna cost black either huge material or even checkmate, because after getting this pawn on f6, there will be some ideas with rook g3 check. Queen will also join the attack. There is also a chance to play this bishop b1, queen d3. There is not knight here on the king side to defend. There is only one bishop who defends g7 square, but h7 square is not defended. So that's why maybe the idea is, one idea is to play rook g3, queen g4, targeting g8 square. Another idea is to play queen d3, bishop b1, and targeting this square. So that's why here black played rook e6. After some time, I would like to call your attention to the time situation. White here has 8 minutes and black here has less than 1 minute. So sometimes also clock situation says a lot about the position. We can see, we can evaluate this position even according to the time. So black is struggling here in this position. Yeah, on the other hand, this rook is hanging, right? White can simply capture this, which happened. Black quickly take it back. And next move might be just to play bishop. I like this move, bishop c3, and to take on g7. Black will not have enough pieces to defend the king, and also white has here already the material advantage. So very likely white will have the point in this game. Okay. We wanted to see this. We wanted to see Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in the tournament, so he joins the team Baden-Baden in the for the playoffs. And is that what we wanted to see? King on h5. All right, let's see how we got in here. He plays against Vladimir Fedosiev, one of the Russians super grandmasters, who is really dangerous. Let's start from at some certain points. Let's get in here. The king is already exposed. Let's get a bit back. Okay, from here. So it seems like here black played rook e8 and knight g5, targeting f7 pawn, rook e7, defenses the pawn, d5, takes, rooks are traded, knight a3 targeting b5 pawn, takes, knight b5, oof, sacrifice a piece, and then captures on f7. Was that a blunder? Because now after this check, the bishop is also hanging. Maybe that was a blunder. And here black has knights, knights versus rook and a pawn, and king is really exposed. The pawn situation is not that good. They look good, but not so good. And knights are not connected. I would say here white is just better. And also, talking about Vladimir Fedosiev, I remember he was one of the finalists of Rapid World Championship, and he lost the match against Anand, but that was over the board. So he is really strong player in Rapids. So let's move forward and let's see what happened. Black had to give up one pawn to connect these knights to each other, and another pawn was gone, and king on h5. Here white is thinking how to, how to finalize the game. On the other hand, this pawn is hanging. Uh, and there might be some ideas to play queen c1, queen f4 back, and chase the king for a draw. The move which comes to my mind is queen g3 to defense this pawn and also to cover this diagonal for checks. And the most critical is this move. If here black can make some story out of this pawn. The pawn should be stopped here. Rook e7 will be met by knight d5, maybe king f1. It's time to get this king here, and knight takes on d5. Rook takes h7, and this is a position which is not happening quite often in practice. It's quite unusual endgame. Also very interesting. Here white is using his time. He has time advantage on the clock. And he has an issue to defend the threat, two threats that he has on the board. On the other hand, he also has to consider the check on which is on the board, another check also on g4. I would be really careful with g4 because after king h4, there's not any single check, and that's going to be really, really dangerous for white. So he goes for queen f7 check. And what happens after king h6? White has another check from here, and after this, what will be the follow-up? Always have check back. King is on h6 already. Let's see. White here has a challenge to make a decision. He goes for queen f8. What is the next one? There is some silly moves like this. Looks silly. I don't know what will be the result. Hard to predict here anything. There is pair of knights and the pawn against 5 pawns. Well, white has to make a decision. We already have time troubles on the clock. 2 minutes against 1 minute. Meanwhile, I will try to find something interesting if we have. He goes for queen f7. Maybe he's going to repeat the moves. Queen g7 is on the board, and anytime he can come back with queen g7 and queen g3. But I'm afraid he sees something that I did not. Maybe he doesn't want to play this queen g3 for some reasons, and maybe he's going for a draw. I see another top player in the tournament. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is also playing. Really good to see all these top grandmasters in one tournament. Queen f8. Okay, he's going for draw. He's going for repetition here. Looks logical in this current position. And yeah, we have a draw. But I kinda think that White really had good chances to win earlier. Let's go to the game of Richard Rapport and Maxim Matlakov. Richard Rapport had really good games yesterday and the other day. We saw some really beautiful play from his side, and now he is playing this game with white pieces. We should mention that this rook is really active, bishop is also active, and queen is also active. Black is a bit passive here, but the question is if it's enough to win. White has to come up with some plan. Seems like not enough pieces to really make some danger on this king. Maybe he will try to simplify the position with bishop d6 and to try to play the end game. Back to the game of Arkady Naiditsch and Alexander Shimanov. We remember this position when rook was on g4, white rook was on g4, and he was creating some tension. Seems like this rook was sacrificed. I'll try to find that moment. Yeah, we stopped somewhere here. And after bishop h6, black plays rook d8, and we have more and more pieces on the king side in attack. Ooh, I didn't expect that move, queen b7. I expected something on the king side only, but white here decides to capture the pawn on the way. Black got the exchange. And we are here at this moment when the queens are off the board. I think black survived the attack, and now he can consolidate and bring the pieces together and try to even win. Why not? So the most of the games are finished. I would like to go back in the game of Shahriar Mamedyarov and Vasily Ivanchuk. It is in group 1. Today we have few games, few groups. We have only 3 groups. So this is really good, really, really good for me to find the games. Okay. On the way, they are still playing. They're still playing. Interesting. Opposite color of bishop queens on the board, and we see a lot of pawns for black. But look at this. Look at this pawn here on b7, almost ready to queen. And white king is also almost in mate. But after queen b1, there's always the save of queen d1 or bishop d1. So here white tries to get in some position when he is making checks, as much checks as possible. Queen e6 was captured. Oh, hold on. We have to take a look more carefully here. All right. After this check, there's king g8 and king hides. Seems like here white does not have more option. Like there is a threat of queen f4, queen h2 is hanging, queen f1 is hanging, and white has one check here, which will be responded by king h5. There's no more check, and seems like white cannot defend this checkmate threat anymore. So he went for b8 queen. Queen takes. If white decides to go in the end game, not all the opposite color of bishops are draw, because here black has huge advantage, huge material advantage. 4 pawns are too much. So take, and he had to take, and here black find a really good spot for the king to hide. So this game ended in a victory of Vasily Ivanchuk. David Navarra is playing against Greg Meyer. The end game where black has connected pass pawns and white has really strong pawn, almost ready to queen. But that's quite challenging for white here. That's quite challenging for white here because black will sacrifice this rook and will try to push the pawns, and the situation of the king is very important here. The question is if the king is too far or not to catch these pawns. All right. Rook b5 is coming next move. And they will be queening at the same time. Yeah, this looks like white has chances for draw. King h5, queen f5 will lose a game after queen g5. So there will be no check from here. Maybe queen f7 or queen f3, and this position will be draw. I don't expect here any dramatical changes. Yeah, and we have a rook pawn, and white king is on time to get on f1 square. This is draw. Just on time, just on time. My question is here, this really interesting position and something that's worth to study. Here, if black could play something like king h4 instead to avoid that check. So after this, white is willing to do the same if black can sacrifice the pawn, and if this position is better than what we had in the game. That's quite challenging. But here, Greg Meyer decided that draw was enough for him, and he pushed g3. Most of the games are ended in Group A. In Group B, let me get Group C if we have some interesting positions. So this game that we were looking earlier ended in a victory anyway for Richard's report. There was the position when white had queen and bishop also together with the rook. Seems like white simplified the position and won in the rook endgame. Yeah, this game, Arkady Naidic and Alexander Shimov ended in a draw. Was a fight. It was a fight. Okay, this also, this group B is also ended. That's it. That's it. Don't have more games. Yeah. Just, yeah. All the games are the end. Maybe we can take a quick look to the Zoom call. If players are getting ready for the next round, we can keep waiting. We can keep waiting and talk a little bit of other games. What is worth to mention is that the format of playoffs is just like this. We have 3 groups, and from these 3 groups, 3 teams will be qualifying to the finals. So that's going to be 9 teams, and in the end, in the final, the winner of Women Club Cup, Monaco Chess Club will join the tournament, and overall we're gonna have 10 teams competing each other in the finals for the title and for the prizes. I see the Zoom call is pretty empty, so very likely they have the break. I would say like for 15 minutes maybe. and they have a good chance to, I don't know, have a rest. Myself, I like to have some fresh air, have some drinks, and to just, get ready for the next round. Um, Very quickly, I would like to call your attention of the on this game. This is Yankersov Tuda against Evgeny Tomashevsky. Here Black resigned because there is no way to defend this threat. Rook f6. In case of rook e6, there will be take, queen takes, and the pawn endgame is winning. We can take a look at this game before the break. Let's see what happened. So quite standard setup here, when both knights are transferring to f4 and f5, and then we have a really interesting decision here from Evgeny Tomashevsky to play e4, give the knight on f3, and on the other hand to get f3 knight and to try to demolish the king side pawns. If white captures this pawn, there will be extra pawn for white, but the triple pawns on the f. Here, Yankersov Tuda decided to play g3, not to ruin the structure and to come back for this pawn later on. d5. Okay, intermediate rook e1, not to give the pawn. Take, and g4. Very interesting structure. Bishop versus knight. Seems like the bishop was better in this position because it's a very open structure, and the bishop comes and becomes really aggressive here after c4. I think white has a very big advantage. Queen c5, intermediate move. This is not the first intermediate move Yankersov played in this game. So here we have this position when king g2. I like this move. He prepares move rook h1 if he needs this check. Another check, and yeah, this is my analysis. The game ended here in this position. Yeah. Ooh, what was that? What was that? I was not ready for such a fight in the first round, but it was interesting. It was really interesting, and wow, we saw so many ideas. We saw so many ideas. I hope you guys learned as well some plans how to attack the king. We saw many beautiful games even from the start. I'll take a very short break and I'll come at the beginning of the second round, maybe a little bit even earlier, to check out the standings. See you.
first time in Europe.
First European Chess Award ceremony.
The European Golden Pawn. Most of the legends are here with us today.
Chess legends, lovers, supporters.
This big celebration of legends. Thank you for all.
It's a big honor to stay here.
There's no limits when you begin to read and when you begin to play chess.
Chess for me is more than a sport.
Thank you very much for this award.
We are a family.
Chess has a great future.
It's my exceptional honor and privilege to be here with you.
The world needs chess. Love and music has the ability as chess to make people happy.
Chess needs this kind of event.
It's a very beautiful place.
It is fantastic.
I was very happy that we make these selections.
It's a great honor for me to be here with my colleagues from I Group.
21 da Costa.
It's an honor to be awarded with this prestigious prize.
It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be a part of this fantastic event.
It is something that belongs to many of my loved ones as well.
Best wishes to all you.
High life with this.
I would like to thank all of you because your attendance is very important.
It's a game that is celebrated at its highest level, and having it here in Monaco, it's a big opportunity to send this message that to celebrate chess as the mainstream sport and a cultural touchstone.
Chess make you smarter.
Chess is a game that is 1,400 years old. How come that today it is regarded as an important educational activity used in schools all over Europe? To answer this question, we must ask ourselves what the future will look like and how the schools are preparing children for the challenges ahead. Extremely rapid changes in social conditions, climate changes, artificial intelligence, automation, a new digital era. Scientists predict that the upcoming 20 years will bring more changes in the structure of human society than the previous 300 years have had altogether. This will affect us all, but most importantly, our children. To make them ready for these advancing changes, we need to give them different skills. Scientists talk about the 4 C's: critical thinking, communication skills, collaboration skills, creativity. Schools must find the teaching methods which adapts to the needs of the society and provide children with different mindsets that can be used in the digital era, preparing them for online and real-life experiences. Why chess? To reach the 4 C's, we need to teach our children pro-social behaviour, pattern recognition, problem solving, memory skills, generalization of knowledge. Chess trains all the 4 C's. It is a classical board game that is easy to use in the classroom, but also perfect for the virtual world. Gamification has proven to be a crucial educational method in the modern age because children are simply used to learn by playing. Chess crosses all borders. It encourages children to win with grace and lose with dignity. As one of the fastest growing educational methods in Europe, over 6 million kids play chess at school. And every day, new schools take up this wonderful learning opportunity. European Chess Union. We make Europe smarter.
Welcome back at European Club Cup 2021. The round 2 will start soon at playoffs, and before that, let's take a look at the results of round first. We are waiting for the players to come and start the game, and there we go. The first match, Lade Kazan against Hamburg Chess Club, ended in a favor of Lade Kazan with 2.5 against 1.5. The team from French Cliché won the match with 3 points to 1 against Beersheva Chess Club from Israel. And Polania Wroclaw won the match against a German team, Conham, with 2.5 to 1.5. Let's go to the next group. We have in playoffs 3 groups. In each group we have 6 teams, and this is the first group. Is it the first? No, it's the second group. So here we have Novibor and FSF. Deja Su tied the match with 2-2, as well as Aldar Yuldu and Chartres Echas. They also ended in tie, but the team from Ukraine, Greco Notary Chess team, won against Hetsin Idman. This is Azeri team with 3-1. And the final group. Baden-Baden tied the points against Mednik Sadnik. English team won 2.5 against 1.5 to Svetlana team, and Polish Wizards won against New Old Boys with 3-1. As I see, the games started already, so we can now focus on the games, and in some of them we already have a couple of moves. We can start from A group. And bring the games on the screen. All right. I'm trying to find something interesting. Hard to find something interesting at the beginning. Let's take a look from the start. Mateusz Bartel, he should be the player of Polish Wizards. Let me check that quickly. Wrocław, it's Wrocław. And we have two teams from Poland, two teams from Azerbaijan, and two teams from Russia as well. Bartel is on the screen. He looks really focused. He looks really, really focused. All right. We want it. We got it. Something interesting position. Let's go. 1d4. Knight f6. And we have Nemtsovich opening, where white goes with queen c2 and then trades the pawns on d5. And black quickly plays g5 here and h4. Black aims to get this bishop with h4 next move. And after bishop e5, just to trade this bishop with the knight and then get the knight on e4 and increase the pressure on the pin. White goes for bishop e5 and a bishop e5 later on. So this is the current position here. It is white to move. After playing really aggressive on the king side with g5, h5, h4, black, no matter what, castles on the short side. So this is going to be really interesting game, I believe. And here we have bishop c6. White decided to give up light square bishop. He had to decide to give up dark square bishop or light square bishop, and he did choose light square bishop, and he kept the e5 monster on the board, which looks really logical. The question is if white will start the attack on the king side or not. He has really good option to castle on the short side and try to start some attack on the king side with g3 pawn and then h4 later on, or f4. Knight e4 was played. Knight e2 looks pretty much logical to me. Yeah, very interesting position. After knight e2, black has also an opportunity to kick this bishop back on h2. Let me make on the board, and then to play a bishop on f5. Can I? No, I can't. So first bishop goes here, and then bishop f5. Just developing faster than white pieces. Knight e2 is on the board, and here black is thinking. black is thinking. He has also option to develop this bishop from this diagonal and make sure that white will not castle short side. But look, bishop f5 looks more interesting for me. Next game we can take a look. I'm just looking something nice. Okay. We were more lucky to have funny games in the first round. There we go. Mamazada Gunay is a female chess player playing against Andreas Heyman. And the final move was rook e3. Is she going to get this rook on g3 or h3 and start to attack the king side? That's really interesting question. She can, now queen is hanging. Black has to move this queen somewhere, and white can next play c4 first to defense d5 pawn. We are not giving up the pawns that easily. And then to play bishop d3 and rook on h3, followed up with queen h5. This looks tempting to attack the king side. In the game of Pavel Elyanov and Maxime Lagarde, we have a Dutch defense. Really interesting. Black decided to develop the bishop here on e6 rather than to play e6. We have to see this at the from the first move, d4 f5, and after bishop g5, which is theory. Black goes here with bishop e6. Tries to get this bishop quickly on f7, then to push e6, and this bishop from f7 will try to come on h5, and we'll try to trade this bishop. In Dutch defense, black has an issue of light square bishop. It's usually very passive, and this is the way how black can find a solution for this bishop. But of course white plays with bishop d3, not allowing black to play bishop f7 quickly. Yeah, for example, if black goes here with bishop f7, then to push e6, white will jump knight e5, and white will threat this bishop and king to lose the right to castle. So that's why black played knight b7 on the move 5, and white goes quickly on bishop d3. Now again, bishop cannot go here because this pawn will be dropped. So after bishop d3, g6 looks the only move to keep going and to develop the king side. Now the idea is to push bishop here on g7, castle, and then again bishop f7 and start to play on the king side. h4. Another h4. I'm counting. This is the third game today where we see h4 move. But in Dutch defense, this is quite common move, where white plays h4 and then pushes h5. And I have seen some games when white even sacrificed the exchange. For example, if black goes back on bishop on f7, white can push h5. And after knight takes, rook takes, pawn takes, and white can play this position, and this looks quite okay for this kind of structure. But instead we have h6 move, and this is the case when we just give this bishop for the knight. When I started to play Dutch defense against Dutch defense, my question was like, why I'm giving up this bishop so easily? I've seen even some moves when white goes here immediately and captures this bishop, this knight with a bishop. That's quite common for this kind of structure, to have less pieces fighting for the same squares. That's the idea. And not to be a target of opponent's pawns. That's why white gives this bishop. Black decides to take with a pawn and, you know, control e5 square. There is no move knight e5 anymore. And black will continue to the development. I believe that bishop will come on d6 next move, and there will be castle. That's going to be a really sharp game. Meanwhile, we can move to the other games. Hare Krishna against Mamedyarov. Now we have some names here, so we have to take a look at this from the beginning because we have time for that. So 1d4, knight f6, and here we have a really sharp setup where both players are fighting for the center, those 4 pawns. And most probably we're going to have isolated pawn. No, we're not going to have isolated pawn. We are going to have the endgame symmetrical pawn structure. It is worth to mention here that after taking here, black has an issue of light square bishop, and it seems a little bit more pleasant to play here with white pieces, because after bishop g2, there will be always an issue here on b7, and black has problems to develop the queenside pawns. So that's why black made this decision to not to trade the queens, but instead to leave the queens on the board. So queen b5 was played, and we have some dark square bishops exchange. White was trying so hard to trade the queens, and black had no choice here. Shahriar had no choice but to trade the queens, because after queen d4, this is hanging as well. So we have a trade here, and should be fine here for white. Should be fine. Bishop d7 is here typical move. Bishop has to come back quickly on d7 to support knight to be played here on c6. This is the setup that you have to play. There's no move like knight bd7 and b6 then and this, because that's gonna cost some time for black. After knight b5, there is some problems and some issues here and here on d6. So yeah, and also there is a move like b6 instead of bishop d7. But yeah, this is the fastest way to develop the bishop. Knight b5, anyway, threatening knight c7. If knight comes now on h6, maybe he plans to get this pawn. Why not? This is interesting. Knight is hanging on a6, so knight will jump on b4. There is a hole here on c2. And how we are going to defend this? I'm afraid king d2 is a little bit early to play because of this. And then this with the idea to play rook d8. Yeah, this looks this position looks interesting, but here Shahriar Mamedyarov decided to eliminate the knight, which creates so much problem on the board, and he decided to capture the knight on b5, and we have this position. Hare Krishna has a bishop here and position is open. I would like to have bishop here in this position and to choose white side to play. This is more comfortable to play here. Maybe we're gonna see king e2. We're not castling now at this stage of the game. It's already end game, and we need king to be active in the end game and to be close to the center. So king e2, king e3 looks tempting rather than castling. And then rook c1, rook d1. Just occupy the files with the rooks, and still black is struggling with development. Even its endgame here in this pawn structure, if white plays really active, black has always this issue to develop the queen side pieces. So this is a game Guseynov and Vidit. All the heavy forces on d file, all the heavy forces. So there is the problem for black, this pawn, and that's why black has to double the rooks on d file. But the good news is that it's not dropping. It's not dropping. Even king can come on c7 and support. If it's too dramatic for you, then you can also push d5. And black pieces are active enough to put some counterplay. Shall we go to the other games? Let's see the game Safarli Eltaj and David Navara. Seems like those pair of bishops are really active in this position. And black has an isolated pawn on d5. So there might be some ideas to double the rooks on d file and then target this pawn with the light square bishop. And David on the screen with his cup. Usually he has huge cup of tea, I guess. I think he's a tea type of person. So he's prepared, he's well prepared. And as I know, he had recently birthday while he was playing European Club Cup. Bishop b8, defending a7 pawn. He's not deciding the pawn structure on the queen side yet, and also it's opens the rook to defense d5 pawn. It is clear that white here has an edge, maybe small, but pair of bishop is not a joke. It's not a joke. Black should be here really careful and should try to eliminate at least one bishop. Back to the game of Guseynov and Vidit. Here we have d5. Vidit decided that enough is enough. I'm going forward with this pawn. And the question is, if you can stop me, because if you don't stop me, I will push the pawn on d4, then push c5, and I will have really strong pawn. If you take, I can take with the rook and play the queen endgame, or I can take with a pawn still. I know the king is on open file, but there will be one or two checks, and there are no bishops or knights on the board to make more dramatic events for black, but let's play more safe. And after d5 and cd, let's take it with a rook, and another rook will come. This is nice position, I think, for black. Instead, Gadir plays queen c3. And probably after taking on c4, he will take this pawn with the queen, not to ruin the structure on the queen side. We have DC on the board, and very likely we're gonna have the end game soon. The game between Hare Krishna and Mamedyarov. Here, Mamedyarov with black pieces managed to develop all the pieces safely. Let's see what happened from this point. Knight d7, and white decided to trade the knight before it creates some danger. I would keep the knight, but seems like Hare Krishna had a good reason to trade it. And here we have this symmetrical pawn structure. Both kings are in the center, and both rooks are controlling the open files. I'm not sure, and that none of this side. I'm not sure that some of the side will decide to play here for a win. It might end in a draw. But this game will not end in a draw for sure. And here black already resigned because of the extra 2 pawns on the queen side, and also the same color of bishop. The position is easily won. All right, we can move to the next group. This is Group C. All the games are open on Chess24. You can visit Chess24 platform and check out the games for the players that you support. Alexei Shirov and Evgeny Nayar are playing this endgame. Here, black played King d7. This is interesting. This is interesting because the knight is hanging, knight cannot move because pawn will be dropped. So he plays King d7 and tells white that, okay, if you want to capture this pawn, then you have to play against my very strong and active king. Yeah. So this is the position. White has clearly edge here because of very active pieces and the bishop, but sometimes the material is also important. Maybe we're gonna see a move like bishop d5 here. Rook comes here. And something like rook e1. If you don't know what I meant with this move, for example, let's make some silly move. White can capture on f7 and play e6 move. Chip tricks are never bad. you can try. But instead he goes for a4. He goes for a4. He wants to stop these pawns. He wants to stop these pawns on the queen side. And just waiting move. Yeah, just waiting move. Next move might be king f2, another waiting move. So here white is the one who plays and who makes decisions. Another game is Mihail Kobalia and Arkady Naiditch. The black has majority on the queen side and white has majority on the king side, but look at this pawn structure. Seems like something happened here. Something happened here. Let's take a look from the start and make these moves quite quickly. So we have these French structures where we have e5 pawn with white and knight jumps on e4 and f5 is played. Aha, there was some little tactic here where black got the d4 pawn. And here white is trying to trade the pieces and keep the bishop on the board where the king is exposed. So if black takes on e3, we have intermediate check here, and after this queen takes e3. And next might be bishop c4, queen c3, some checks, some unpleasant checks. And we know that in open position, especially in the end game, the bishop controls both sides. So we might call this bishop better than the knight. Black has to make a decision here. It is black to move. Of course, there are some moves like rook e8, maybe rook fe8, that probably black is considering. Yeah, this looks nice. This looks nice. Bishop c4, check. King comes here. Check, and I just managed to lose a piece here with black. So king e8 is not working. How about rook takes f4? Bishop takes f4? I would be afraid to keep the bishops on the board. So according to the analysis that I just provided, bishop e3 looks quite logical here. Another interesting game is this one, Evgeny Agrest and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. What is really happening? King is still in the center, and white's pieces are not developed yet. We have to take a look at the from the beginning. Let's do it. So we have here knight c3. This is quite common setup for online chess nowadays, but it goes for knight c3 and avoids all the main lines and theories, and also on the other hand tries to push pawn on e4 and get some center. So black goes here with d5 to avoid e4, and here white just develops the pieces slowly. Yeah, we have seen this kind of position yesterday when white decided to give up the bishop for a knight to ruin the pawn structure on the king side. Let's see, black is really active. Black is really active, targeting all the weaknesses. Bishop g5 was played. Here it's white to move. White is thinking, white has two options, to play king b2 or to play king b1. Maybe there is some nuance, or otherwise you could play really fast the next move. King b1 was played, bishop e3. Duda plays really fast. He has 3 minutes as well as his opponent. Considering these two pawns not playing, I think black here stands way much better. There is some chance to open up a file and weaken the king with a5. On the other hand, knight does a really good job to control those squares. What is happening? Oof. 2 rooks on 7th rank. Black has an extra piece, extra pawn on the queen side. But alright, this looks really nice. This looks really, really nice. Seems like white wanted to make some checkmate nat and played g4 here. Took the control over these squares. What will be next? I think king g2, king g3 might be the next to take control over another squares and then to push f pawn. Why not? And this rook has to stay here forever, because otherwise if the rook leaves the place, then white will start to check and get this king in the worst position, and then g5. White has options, two options, to play with h7 or f7, and it's purely up to the calculations that white will make. And now we have rook a4, calling for f3 move, and maybe rook a2 just to cut the king, just to cut the king. Oh no! Oh no! He's going for rook f4. So if you capture, I will capture this, and after check, I will play this move, and we know who stands here better because of the extra pawn. So what decision here white can make? If white captures this pawn, then I'll take this one. And we have this position on the board. Rook a7, rook f3. Yeah. And seconds on the clock. Seconds on the clock. We already have the time issues in the games. I will quickly take a look if we have some results in other games already. This is the game that we have to take a look at. Queen a4 was played the final move, and Adams resigned, and Fedosiev won this game. We have to take a look at the at this game from some place. So this is a position where white has an pair of knights for rook and 2 pawns. But the position is closed. There's none of the open file. We have 3 semi-open files. 4. That's not enough. And we see that knight just, yeah, this is so hard to play with 2 rooks against 2 knights when the position is closed, and white just got the exchange back, but he did not take it because there was a check. Knight h6 was played here. This was a blunder probably from black side here when he captured queen a2. And after this one, it's impossible to take the pawn because queen takes. And knight f6 is coming, and you cannot stop this. If you stop with the rook, then anyway, knight comes, and then it's impossible to save the king. So king h7 was played, knight grabs another pawn, another comes, and queen e4, and impossible to defend that queen h7 threat. Oof. The queen is really far from the events. I think there was just a very bad blunder. Another game is Luke McShane and Maxim Matlakov. McShane is the winner of a European Blitz Championship, so he's quite good at online chess and fast controls. And how about this position? White has an extra piece, according to my calculations, but that piece is for 2 pawns, and those pawns are quite strong and blocked, quite strong and blocked. If the pawns are blocked, that's I think is better for the side who has a piece. And slowly, white will try to convert this advantage to the full point, which looks quite logical. And Andrei Asipenko has an extra exchange in the game against Gwen Jones. Hold on, is it Gwen Jones who won the turnout of European Championship? I think that's him. G5. Black is trying to get rid of some pawns, not to have weaknesses, and his next idea is to push G4. And you know, these knights are so tricky. They might get the rook in the end. We have seen the games like that. Even yesterday, we had some unfortunate events for one side. All right, we can get back in the game of Vasily Vanchik. Again, opposite color of bishop, rooks are on the board, and white has an extra pawn. If black managed to trade the rooks, that's gonna be that draw. But since the rooks are on the board, that's still tricky position. Let's analyze this game. This is a game Pavel Elyanov and Maxim Lagarde. Seems like interesting. Again, we have opposite color of bishop, but in this case you have two rooks on the board, which actually increase the tension. Black has an extra piece on pawn on c4, and yeah, I think even if we get this position in the bishop endgame, black will still have some edge because bishop e1 will collect all these 3 pawns, and that will be enough to win the game. Although the rooks on the board still keeps some tension. Also, the time situation is on the side of black. He decided to push f5 to open up f5 for the rook. White has to take, and rook f7, rook f5 is on the board. Yeah, Pavel Elyanov decided not to trade the rook, but instead to come back on the h1, keep the rooks on the board. He knows that endgame is not good for him. He knows that for sure. Another rook comes on f5. Rook f6 might be the next move. There was an option to play rook f6 and then ooh, tricky. That was the move. Rook f8 was just waiting move. Rook f8 was just waiting move, and he knew that white didn't see that. So the idea is, after sacrificing on f2, it's impossible to take because of the checkmate. Rook b2 is only move here, and yeah, it's not checkmate, but basically it's winning. After rook takes b2, try to stop the rook to discover check here, white. That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be a tough call. After rook c1, there's a rook b3 check, and white has to give up an exchange. So this game ended on move 51, or when black captured f2 pawn. Very tricky. David Navara and Eltaj Safarli has this position. Opponent game. Are they trying to find opposition for the king? Yeah, they are. They are trying. This might be the position when it's a theoretical draw, even white has a connected pass pawn. White cannot improve the position because black has an opposition. Is it? Is opposition diagonal opposition? Yeah, king cannot leave. King cannot leave this square. Let me put here square. This is the square where king has to stay. If king drops, steps aside from this square, black will lose. Here once again, let me drop this. And we have many type of opposition. For example, this is long opposition where there are like three squares in between the kings, and still he's going to have long opposition. Altaj Zafarli is pushing. He's pushing king e8 is long opposition. King e7. Another game is still in progress. Oh, this is an interesting angle of the call. This is, I think, this is Zafarli. As I know, players are having two cameras for the official events. One camera is on the face, and other camera is on the side, which shows the screen of your computer. So the arbiters will make sure that there's not additional browser in the computer. But in this case, we have additional mirror on the board, on the wall, and you can see things even twice. Interesting angle. So this is the game, let's say, Esipienko and Jones. There's a blank. Seems like these knights are holding the game's position really well, and it might end in a draw. Knight c4, knight d3. Both knights are very tricky. Yet another game still in progress is this one, Queen Endgame. Queen Endgame are the longest endgames, I think. I think it's even longer than Rook and Bishop versus Bishop. Versus Rook. I think this is even a longer one. And let's take a look in the Group A. All the games are finished in the Group A, and we have games, one game in Group B and one game in Group C. Seems like Navarra and Altaj Zafarli ended the game. Okay, let's be focused here. Esipienko, Andrei, and Gwyn Jones. We have knights off the board. Yeah, we already have some teams won the round 2. Those are Poland Hazards against Svetlana. The result was 3.5 to half. That's huge. And also Baden managed to win against New Old Boys with 2.5 to 1.5. And this game is still in progress. Between Mednik Vsadnik and Forencial. I don't believe that White can here get better position, like improve and get this get the win here. In the next group, we have Hamburg Chess Club won against Hockenheim Club. Both teams are from Germany with 3 to 1. Polonia Wrocław also won the match with quite big difference, 3.5 to half, to Beersheba Chess Club. And Ladia Kazan won 3-1 to Klitschia Chess. This game is still in progress. A very quick question, why king can't get closer? Yeah, he played king g3 here. Knight e4 and king h4. Knight comes back on g5 probably. No, king comes on f4. Is that winning? G3. No, G3 was not played. King, rook f3. Cuts the king from f-file, and then he wants to play king g6 next move. All right. Knight d2 attacking the rook. If rook comes on f2, then knight will come back on e4. Instead, the rook went on d3. Can I play now king g5? Yeah, it is on the board. It is on the board. Asipenko is getting the king at a better position, closer to the pawn. That can be dangerous. That can be dangerous. King on e4 attacking the rook. And what happens if rook just plays on f3, I want to say, but yeah, this is also possible. Oh, rook e3. Oh no. Wow. That was a hell of a technique. Andrei Asipenko on the board with his tons of cups on the background. Wow. What was that? What was that technique? I really thought that the game was the position was draw. They played 101 moves, and in the end, yeah, Black just missed this after king e3. King takes on f5, and this pawn is unstoppable. The king is at the wrong position. I think if king is on g7 on in front of the pawn, the game is still winning. It's not what I think only, it's theoretical position. Tricky. We have Guinjon still on the board, and I think he doesn't believe even he doesn't believe that happened. It was a long game, and it was a draw for a long period. Okay. So that means that Mednik Sadnik won the match with 2.5 to 1.5. Things are getting more and more interesting. For the playoffs, from the playoffs, we're gonna have 9 teams qualifying to the finals. So it means that from each group, we're gonna have 3 qualifiers to the final. And before the next round, we will make draws of lots for the finals, and we're gonna see who will playing against each other. So I'll take a short break, and I'll come back with other games. We're back. This is European Club Cup 2021. I'm Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatalashvili, and this is third round of playoffs. Let's take quickly the look at the results in the round 2. Here we have the teams. Lade Kazan won the match, as well as Polonia Wrocław and Hamburg Chess Club. Let's go to the next group. We have today 3 groups. In each groups we have 6 teams. Out of these 6 teams, we're gonna have 3 finalists. In total, 9 teams. So we have here a tie in 2 matches, and 1 match between CF Zasu and Tehsil Idman ended in a result, and in that case, German team won the match. Let's see the final match, final group, and here we have Baden-Baden won over New Old Boys, and as well as Poland Hazards and Mednik Vsadnik. The third round already started. I see the moves on the board, so let's quickly get the chessboard on the screen. I would like to take a look at the game of Baden-Baden players, of course, because they are favorite of the event. I have not seen last round Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. I hope to see him playing in this round. And we can actually start from group 2. Shahriar Mamedyarov against Matthias Blubaum. We have this position. Let's start from the beginning to understand a little bit better. So we have d4, d5, c4 is 6, and bishop b4, queen a4. This all is theory. Knight comes on c6 to cover the king, and also to defense before bishop. Bishop g5, and Black decides to capture the knight on c3 and maintain the extra pawn on c4. Why not? So bishop takes f6, pawn takes f6, and after queen c2, here white wants to push e4 pawn and get bishop c4, get this back pawn back. So that's why Black stops this idea of e4 and plays f5, and it is Shahriar Mamedyarov now to move. But first, let me enjoy my chai, probably. He likes chai. He likes chai. That's the tea in his language. And yeah, he has some sips of the drinks. What is he thinking? How to develop the pieces? Probably, if I were white, I would go here, either e3 setup or g3 setup. This bishop needs to be developed g3 because, you know, this bishop is really nice on this diagonal, and it sort of belongs on this diagonal. But there's also a beautiful move like e3, bishop e2, castle, and knight e2 to get this pawn back. But in this case, white should be really careful because rook might come on g8 and attack the g2 square. Yeah, after everything, I decided to recommend here white to push g3 and to fianchetto this bishop here. Just ignore that pawn on c4. Later on soon, this pawn will be back to white. And here the most important is to develop the pieces, and here we have, he heard it, g3, b6, and bishop g2, both sides fianchetto the bishop. That's, I think, the best option here for Black, also to get this bishop on this diagonal and to put some fire on here, because otherwise the bishop on c8 was really bad, really bad. Okay, we can meanwhile move to the next game, and we have some updates already. Here white has an extra pawn on b2. but seems like this is the still theory, as black has here 14 minutes. This should be theory. We can move to the next teams. Let's take a look at the at this game. Oh, too many pieces, too many pieces on the board. But from the first glance, I would like to play here with the black pieces because I dislike the pawn structure on the king side, and also this is a weakness. It might be a problem at some point after bishop f5. This pawn will be hanging, and white will be playing knight e4 move. On the other hand, black can also just double the rook on the file and play this kind of position. Looks a little bit pleasant for black. The next game is Vidit and Elianov. We have seen this kind of pawn structure earlier today in the first round, where white gets the advantage in the center and the queen side. I have seen these kind of positions without the bishop. Usually black tries to trade this bishop for a knight or for dark square bishop, and just imagine if this bishop is on b7. That would be a really good position here for black. This bishop will control e4 square, knight will jump on e4, and pawn will push on f5. So the bishop is not here, and now white is free to get this space advantage. And look at these beautiful pawns in the center. You have not seen this probably yet. I have not seen something like this yet, and this is the first time I see. Looks really nice. Looks really nice. For the center and for the space, it's very important to have pieces on the board. So now white should not trade any piece. White has to keep all the pieces on the board and start to create some weaknesses. Maybe in long perspective, white even can attack the king. There is some ideas to push c5. Also, there's ideas to push d5, and it's up to white. Always good to have a good center, indeed. Maxime Lagarde against Gunay Mamasada. I think Gunay Mamasada is only female player for the playoffs at this moment. We will have in the finals the team Monte Carlo of Monaco. The winners of Women Club Cup will join the tournament, and they will be the 10th team in the finals. So probably they are observing some of the games right now. So let's talk about this. This is a Sicilian position. Looks quite standard when white castles on the long side and black castles on the short side. This is quite easy here to find out the plan. Black usually attacks with b5, b4, sometimes even trying to push d5. And on the other hand, white goes with king side attack with g4, g5, f4 also possible. So that's going to be a really sharp position, as usually Sicilian is. Sharp opening. And we can quickly take a look in the group C. Yeah, this is the game which calls our attention. H-pawns are off the board already, and looks very interesting. Let's take a look at the beginning. So we had c4, c5, and we have, g4. Looks beautiful. You have seen probably g3 here, but in this game you're going to see g4 because this is Richard Rapport. He usually plays some some extraordinary openings in the moves. He pushed h pawn next very quickly, then open up the h file. Get the rook on h7 and attack the bishop on g7. Looks not easy time here for black. What? Without any thinking, here white captures the bishop and pushes d4. What? Okay, this is something that I am happy that we got in here. So what is the idea here? He plays really fast this moves. He knew what he was doing earlier. He might be in his home preparation, like he knows some idea when he pushes h pawn how to play that. Maybe his idea was to get the rook and to give an exchange for the weaken the dark squares on the king side, and then d4. Okay, I understand to sacrifice the exchange, but d4, we have to understand this. If knight takes on d4, then e3, knight goes somewhere, and then seems like d5 pawn will be dropped. d5 pawn will be dropped. Maybe immediately here, or maybe after bishop b2. Rook goes here, white might castle. Danger. Dangerous. I don't know. This is really dangerous position. What happens if pawn takes? I think Luke McShane also got shocked here. He's thinking now almost like 1 minute, and he wants to understand the position. What is really happening here after c takes d4? Knight is hanging. It's time for knight to move on b5. So if black kicks, and we have this position on the board, then knight probably takes on d4. Wow, this is nice. So here the white's idea is to develop pieces. Bishop here, knight here, or e3, knight e2, e3, knight e2, knight f4. Possible to long castle here or keep king on e2. Looks like someone just walked into the home preparation. Queen b6. Attacks the knight and also defends d4 pawn. On knight d6 is possibility, and it's on the board. Richie looks really focused on chess. He is not drinking water, like Adrian said yesterday. He's drinking too much water. Maybe he is nervous, but his position was more or less clear. And now he looks really calm. Yeah, he looks really calm. King d7. White has to make decision to get his bishop. I would not do that. I would play bishop on a3 just to develop the bishop, keep the knight here like a octopus. Oh yeah, it controls every square here. Every square. I like this knight here on d6, and try to develop then the other knight on f3 possible. Bishop is on a3. We're talking about some solutions. Maybe white can play queen on a5, attacking the bishop, and try to trade the queens. Why not? If you take a take, knight f3, and knight goes back on c6, we have similar position without queens. But instead of queen a5 here, Luke McShane goes for a5. Yes. Interesting. What is the follow-up here for white? Black has some idea to push a4 next move. Knight b4 is also possible to cut the defense from d6 square. And he's thinking. He is thinking. Knight is on f3. Some simple development, knight c4. All right, knight d4 is a blunder here because after this, queen takes and knight c2 is a fork. A queen d4 is impossible, knight is hanging on d6. Yeah, okay, there is knight c8. But in this case, do we have some problems for black? We have still this position. And now it's time to welcome a special guest, the president of European Chess Union, Mr. Zurab Azmaiparashvili.
Yeah. Hello, Katim. How are you?
Hello. Just a second.
Hello,
I'll hear your voice. Hello. How are you doing, Mr. Zurab?
How are you?
I'm fantastic.
Everything is same. Just I see very nice view of Monaco. Are you in Monaco?
I am.
Okay,
I am.
joking.
I am indeed. But we were in this beautiful place for several events.
Beautiful summer. Yes.
Yes, it was beautiful. It was another life indeed, and we have very beautiful memories. And hope we're gonna get back there. And we will get there. We will get there for sure. How are you doing? How's life? How are you handling this pandemic time?
I really don't know how to handle, because my main question also is always like this. Okay, I got a virus. I beat a virus in November. Now, vaccination. People are talking about vaccine. I got, I think, more than vaccine. Now, who have, a very strange behavior of the air companies. They say who will have a certificate for vaccination, they will allow. But what about people who already got infected?
Yeah.
Nobody is talking about it. It's really driving me in the different direction that, why? And now I have to check again my blood if I have antibodies. So it means I cannot even take vaccine normally. And still I'm home, and unfortunately, because I cannot travel, and nobody can travel actually except you.
I cannot travel either.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're virtually traveling everywhere. So yeah, that's pretty tough question.
But really, it's too much. It's somehow, it's especially chess player. I think chess players' life, like 10, 12 times, I think, per year they are traveling. Yeah, and now to stay home, it means maybe somebody even is thinking, somehow how long it will continue, because it's not so good not to have a live tournament. Only few tournaments in the world. It's not making really. If this big open tournaments will not reopen, then I'm really not sure that what people will do. I'm really worrying about regular chess players' life. I'm not talking about top chess players, but normal chess players' life. Really, I'm worrying about, and we are trying in ECU sometimes to do something, that at least some minimum help from our side, also for the trainers. The same we are doing. Trainers are giving very brilliant courses, and you know that all people now are surviving. Nobody is even dreaming about the big project for future.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember our last project was in the 2020, and I really personally thought that, okay, next event will be for sure regular chess tournament, but here we are again, and we don't know how long it will last.
Katie, we are planning actually, you know, we have in the calendar now women championship in Romania. And they are very optimistic. Organizers are very optimistic in Iași. Iași, it's a very special city, which is very much connected with chess in Romania, and excellent conditions, everything. If God will allow, I hope that in June we will be all able to travel and to actually to organize this tournament, which really we need very much. And also another tournament, live tournament, which we are planning. It's Reykjavik. European Championship in Reykjavik during the August, but we will see about this because you have to be more closer to understand what's going on, how it will be possible. So and another, okay, we have a lot of internet tournaments, you know this very well, and thanks of course the proposal of the Monaco, because after really successful Women Club Cup, Jean-Michel was enthusiastic also, and well, you know, always even for such events you need a sponsor, yeah. And actually, after successful event, he find the sponsors. He came with a proposal, and of course we are organizing now together everything. And I hope that really people enjoy that. This is a good tournament. Next, our tournament will be Amateur Championship, which will be also we are thinking about amateurs in April. Then will be very important qualification, World Cup qualification in May. And just we finished few days ago all negotiations with FIDE. You know that from FIDE Foundation, FIDE Developing Foundation, we are getting the prize fund of this event, which is very important for our players. And as well, not only they will qualify, but also they will get the prizes.
Yeah.
So let's see, this is, and for our future tournaments also later, of course, I will inform what we are planning for this year.
Yeah. The other day, Adrian was complaining about not having tournaments for seniors. He wanted to say about that.
Yes, actually, you know, when people, okay, nobody can complain because always we need a proposal. We need a proposal and make good proposal. Why Jean-Michel can organize? Because he's making the proposal, correct? Somebody have to make a proposal. Now, yes, I think that seniors events would be important for us also. And if somebody is making such a proposal, especially we have a seniors in the board. Right now I belong to seniors. I hope that I'm not still belong, but we have, and okay, he already is over 65, correct? So he belonged. Adrian have to make a good proposal. Actually, he's working. He's making very good proposal about the trainers and how to teach. Now he make a new proposal how to teach the trainers also, which is very important for us because you know all this old generation one day they will become even older. So we need a new generation who will really take this advantage from them, how to teach future generations. It's important. And I think with this project we will support also.
I see. And there are like challenges of fair play games. What will, like, are there some major things happening nowadays? Are there people talking about this problem to be finally decided to avoid the this kind of incidents that are happening still in chess, in online chess?
You know, again, it's you're talking about the Osman case, right?
Yeah, not only. There was like 20 people eliminated from the
yes, but really, you know, main case like this today, I was reading about this also. Yeah, and I read as well that always I'm reading posts in Russian language in Facebook. It's very interesting post, by the way, he's doing, and I would suggest many people, and especially chess players, to read what Emil is writing, because I think he is doing this with his own. And he answered actually, and he said that this FIDE is taking the responsibility, and it means anybody can go for any place, including CAS, and they are ready to defend the case. And if it will be necessary, so they will, of course, for this time, they are excluded only from one event. But if it will be necessary, they can proceed. If the evidence will be more, or somebody will, I don't know why he did this, but if people are cheating, I'm in favor that FIDE will proceed to the committee of whatever this ethics or another one. But again, all people, including, of course, Ukrainian female chess player, they should have a right to defend themselves.
Yeah,
this is my position.
Of course.
Absolutely, everybody, because if you already punish someone, they should have 100% all whatever. If they think that they are right, they have to defend themselves.
Indeed.
And here, of course, I want to be. I don't know much about such cases. FIDE know much more, because they said that this is not only by machines but by people, checked by people, and they have a more than 99% sure that there was a cheating.
Yeah, it's really heartbreaking for many players to
Yes,
witness even this, because we need the role models, we need champions to show us the games, and we're lucky in these tournaments, Rob, because we have amazing games. First round, when I came here, I was like, okay, it's gonna be a long day, a lot of games, and the first round was so amazing that it went really smoothly.
No, first of all, you see that quite high number of the elite chess players are playing, which means that of course they are trying, and especially somebody called internet chess, online chess. Somebody called this is not a sport. This is not a science. This is not a part of culture. This is gambling, gambling or whatever. Of course, there is an element of part of gambling. Especially when I'm playing every day, I'm playing 1 minute gambling. Of course, I just try to to use my adrenaline.
Yeah.
The same, I think, with the many players. That's why you see a lot of sacrifices here.
Yeah.
You see this because they are more flexible than in normal tournaments. They are more flexible and they want to show, okay, they don't count that they lost much.
Yeah.
Like in the normal tournament, they count it how they are losing 5 point or 9 point. It's pressing them. Now they are free, and this is good. That of course we can see very nice games also.
Yeah, indeed. I have the same feeling too. Here we don't have this rating pressure. Shall we have a chessboard and we can start to analyze some of the games? And
of course,
in the end of the round, we're gonna have draws of lots, and that's gonna be in a funny way. And I hope you will help me, Zurab, to do that. So let's get the position. This is the game Alexei Shirov and Ivan Cheparinov. Ivan was a part of Georgian team for some time, and here we have Alexei Shirov, very well-known chess player, and the position is not that standard.
No, position came from Dragon, yeah, as I understand.
Yes.
Most probably. Okay, Black is. Well, quite interesting position. Difficult to understand immediately.
Yeah, we can also start from the beginning.
I would say about this position that still I prefer to be playing with white because I have something extra. And for Black, it's not so easy because Black are under pressure. If something happens, something will be changed, then they are dead. You know, there is no attack. I cannot see any attack from the black side. So my impression is white have a clear edge. And I believe that computers are doing the same.
Yeah. C5 was played
cannot be
here.
different.
That's quite aggressive move. Here, this is the sacrifice, but on the other hand, the position will be... Queens will be off the board, and that's going to change a little bit of the character of the position. Rook takes c5
Yeah, of course.
was played, and queen e6.
Yeah, it takes c6. Yeah, maybe it's c3 just simply, to kick out this knight.
And just get just to connect the pieces.
Get rid of this knight. Yeah. Maybe c3, maybe rook h2. I don't know what is better. Like, no, you have a chance. Yeah, because maybe first go rook h2. Not to. I do give pawn on a4. Maybe it's, I don't want to blunder this pawn. Now you cannot take the pawn. Maybe e5 you have to play. e5, rook d1, and then try rook c4.
Instead of rook h2, he
First
goes for
e5.
rook d2.
He play rook d4. Rook d2 is more correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
More
They are
correct.
playing already on the seconds. You can see here they have 30 seconds, both players. By the time we increment, they have 5 seconds for each move.
Yeah.
All right. We have in some of the games already the end game. I'll try to find some interesting position.
Trying, because this position is not so interesting.
Yeah, it's a little bit draw position.
No, white have a clear advantage. You know, it's between draw and the win. It's not.
Yes. How about this position? Kuzubov, Yuri, and Radoslav Wojtaszek.
Looks more interesting, but looks like this that black are winning. Just
Rook e3 was played here, and queen is hanging, and the knight is hanging.
yeah, okay.
I think we're going to have resignation here soon.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and we have a resignation here. Vasily Ivanchuk is playing today really amazing games. It's so good to see him at this event.
Ivanchuk is black, right?
Yeah, he's with black pieces.
Tell me who is. Can they take on f7, queen f7, or white move?
It is black to
If
move.
it's white move.
It's black to move.
Black to move. If it's black to move, then okay. Then it's different.
Can I capture
Maybe just F6.
some of the pawns and then get this knight? Knight d2 was played here.
Knight d2 is possible move, yeah. And now queen f1, then queen e1, maybe, I don't know.
Queen e1 with some ideas.
But
here.
again, I will go king g2, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. Queen is on e2. It's better to keep this position.
Instead
and
of
play,
queen f1, here black went for f6 to kick the knight, and queen
and take on
e3
b3,
check.
2 pawns, yeah. Finish game,
This is-
finish also.
It's gonna be
No,
easy
you
win
cannot
here
play
for
this
black.
because I just play e5 now, and then knight d2. First e5, knight h5. Okay, you have to take on h5. Otherwise, 2 pawn. Only chance is to take on h5, knight d2 now blocking the king, and just pawn is going to be queen.
Yeah. No way that this king can catch up that pawn. Yeah.
Ivanchuk won, it's clear.
This is actual the game. We have this position in the game, and white tries to get this
Okay,
knight back
b3,
in the
b2.
position.
While he's playing,
Knight e4
He's
is stopping
qualified,
knight coming from c3, and it's impossible to stop this pawn.
yeah,
and we
it's
have
better. It's a
resignation.
nice move, knight e4. Yeah. Lost 1. Okay.
Okay, this is really complicated. Okay. Oh, but it ended. It ended. Everything I'm getting into the position is it's there.
Draw.
So here we have the
Perpetual check.
repetition.
Yeah.
So let's take a look once again. there was some beautiful sacrifice.
Yeah, of course. And rook e5 only move, yeah?
Yeah, otherwise rook g2 is a
Rook
checkmate
e5.
here.
Yeah.
So here we have rook e5 only move, and after f5, white found this save. All right.
Very interesting. Good saving, yeah.
There's also a brilliant surprise in this tournament, and I'm looking forward to see the game. See, really want to see the game because I have
are
seen
we
so
talking
many
about
nice
Smith
games.
prize?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. This is the position where Richard Rapport sacrificed too many pieces.
It's still unclear, but Rook b7 have to play. Yeah. Should be winning, yeah. Or King c3 now.
King c3.
Better. Like this. King d6 probably. No, King d6 is not. No, yeah, King d6.
Knight g6 was taken here with.
Okay, then I
white.
take on b3.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
then
is the
it's
game.
lost.
This is the game right now.
Knight e5 check. King d6 and what? G6? I don't know. Knight
Check was
e5,
off
knight
from
e7.
f7. He probably wants
King
to get
d7.
his pawn.
How he play? King b5 now.
Ah.
Bravo.
Okay, next move is g7 and g8, so white cannot stop this one. Black cannot stop this one, but is it? Is it
G7,
okay? Queen.
G8, okay.
We are
No,
just
it's
going
okay.
to
I mean, yeah, it's a draw.
It's a draw.
Just draw. Draw with potential winning position if white blunder, yeah?
To be honest, when this game started, white pushed the pawns and sacrificed.
Yeah, okay.
And
It's
I
just
was
draw.
I was expecting the result here, but not draw. But this is the end, and we can move maybe to the next game. We have
Yes,
the
you know,
next
white
game.
has some compensation. When I was watching the game when you analyzed, and white has some compensation, but still I was thinking after this pawn a5, especially a5 night before. Normally I was thinking that now all bedtime for black passed away, and now they will somehow, you know, material advantage will become a full point. But you see, still probably McShane played not so well in some moment. Elau actually, it was some kind of blitz game. I believe that he can concentrate better. But black for sure was to me was better. But very interesting, by the way, combination. Very interesting, and especially rapid chess. It's working many times. Such a.
This is the last game in this group. This is Group C, and here white has a
Okay,
clear
white won.
advantage and probably winning
good G8
position.
check.
And here we have resignation already. All right, that's it. That's it. We have the end of the round. It went really quickly. It went really quickly. So are we ready to draw the lots now?
We are ready, but
Yeah,
how
we
it
are
will go, I
ready.
don't know.
We are ready. So the system is very simple, and I will once again remind the viewers that we're gonna have 9 finalists from these playoffs and 1 additional team. The winner of female Club Cup, Team Monaco. So now let's take a look at the video, and we will come back with the draws of lots. All right, we're back and we are
Yeah.
going to do some magic on the screen right now, Zurab. Are you ready?
Yes. Okay.
All right, we have to do something funny now, and I'm going to click the spin, and we're gonna know the draws of slots like this. So we're going first to find out A1 team, which number A1 team will get. So let's go, let's spin it.
Number
6.
6. Yeah, 8. Yeah.
All right, we have 6. Let me write down. And now we're going for A2 team. That's gonna be number 5.
5.
We were so close to 6.
Okay. Next is clear. Next will be 4.
I'm not doing anything. I don't know what's happening. Let's go next. Oh no, it's 1. This is
A3 is
A3
1.
goes to 1. Let's go to B1 team. That's the 6, and I've been told if we have the same number for 2 times, we have to spin 1 more. But I don't know if we still keep in this number coming, then what's really happening. So let's go next one. We have 9 over here for B1. And let's go for B2 team and find out the number. That's 8.
8.
We're going right. We're going right. Let's go for B3 team.
Again. Spin again, please.
That's not gonna happen. 9.
Again.
We had again.
Spin again. Don't worry, I remember.
Ah! 5. We have
Again.
5 again. That's gonna be tricky now. That's gonna be tricky. 4.
4.
Okay.
Finally.
B3 goes to 4. So now we have 3 teams to left, 4 teams to left, C1, C2, C3, and the final is Monaco team, but we will gonna know already for the final number. So let's go and spin. That's 1. We have already this number for A3 group. 3.
3.
Okay. 3
Yes.
is going for C1. I like the spin. 5. No, that's taken.
We need 2, 10, and 7. No.
It's taken.
2, 10, and 7. Now 7, please.
No, we're close. We're close. 7.
Yes.
So
And
we have the numbers. We have now 2 and 10. 2 and 10. Let's see how long it's gonna take to have these numbers. No,
okay, 3 times, not more.
3 times.
You're closer and closer.
All right, that was fast. It's getting faster. Here we have. You're right.
Yes,
It was third one.
thanks.
So
The
that's
last we know.
last spin. We already know the Monaco goes 2, but okay, let's spin anyway. Yeah, we have all the numbers already. So we are good. We are good. I just like to spinning. I don't know. Maybe I will just do it off the screen. Do you also feel this online chess brought some possibilities to chess players and chess spectators? For example, we have nowadays more and more funny things to do for chess, right?
Good. Yes. Now, so this will be played tomorrow, right? Games. All games
yeah.
are tomorrow?
No. We have more games today. This was only round 3. Zurab, if you don't have, I don't know, something very important, something planned already, maybe you can
Very
also
important.
join the.
No, actually, no. I don't have anything important than this European Club Cup. And I wish you very successful work. And to the players, again, I wish successful tournament and nice games. Still, they have a chance to get 500 euros.
Yes. We have a lot of prizes and actually a title. Title is very, very important for the chess players.
Yes, of course.
And we have to.
Thank you, Katie, very much.
Yeah, we have to come back soon after a very short break. Thank you, Zurab. We're back. This is European Club Cup 2021. I am Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalaashvili, and this is round 4 already for playoffs. Let's take a look at the previous matches, if we have some sensations. The match between Clichy HS and Hamburg Chess Club ended in favor of German team. Ladia Kazan won the match with 3.5 point to half point to Polonia Wrocław, and CV Hockenheim also won the match against Beersheva Chess Club from Israel. Let's take a look at the group 2. Here we have Aldar Yoldu won the match against FCF Daisy Su, and we have Novibor 3-1 against Greco Notary Chess team. In the match between Azeri team and French team, in this case Azeri team is in favor. Let's take a look at the final group. This is Group C, and here we have Forency Al won the match against Baden-Baden. What? Wow! Look at this. So the final result was so it was like 3 draws for 3 boards, first 3 boards, and the final game, Cheparinov and Shirov, ended in a victory of Cheparinov. Okay, we were analyzing that game and we thought it's maybe a draw, but seems like it was important for the teams. Those 2 teams are in top 4. By the average rating, Baden-Baden is the number 1 and Forency Al is number 4, and you can see all the strong chess players in English team as well. Poland Hazards lost the match against Russian Mednik Vsadnik. And the final match in this group is New Old Boys to Svetlana, and New Old Boys seems to be favored in the match. Oof, okay. We missed some games, I see, but we had the draws of lots, and we already know those numbers. And after the end of the final game of these playoffs, we will know the pairings for the finals as well. Let's take the chessboard back, and we can take a look. You probably see earlier the players were all focused on chess, and we shared the Zoom call where players have 2 cameras, and there are also FIDE arbiters observing the situation. On the screen you can see the match, the game Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against Vladislav Kovalev. The game just started. We can see the first F4. Ooh, you cannot see that often, F4. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the a very good theoretician in chess world, he goes for F4 here. Black answers knight h6, c4. Those 2 pawns are really funny looking. And we have in the end this position where white has pawn on f4. Okay, that's interesting. Now I would prefer to have the pawn on f2 indeed, because now this square might be a weakness. Knight is just targeting, and it's kind of pushed, but it seems like Maxim Vachier-Lagrave knows what he's doing. Maybe he wants to put some fire on the board with g4 f5 next move. We're gonna see a really interesting game, I believe. The time control is 15 minutes plus 5 seconds. Players have then opportunity to pre-move as well. I don't expect any losses on time at this stage of the tournament. Let's go to the next game. This is Azarov Sergei and Richard Rapport. Yeah, Baden-Baden has really difficult time, had probably difficult time in the previous match. They need to be in top 3 in the group 1. it's not really necessary to be first place. Just 3 teams will go to the next stage, which is finals. So, yeah, let's take a look at this game. What do we have over here? Pair of bishop for black, but also double pawns on c-file. And knight should be really good piece here, just trying to jump on d4. It is now black to move, and white is also trying to simplify position more. In this case, if bishops are off the board, it doesn't matter white takes or black takes, that's going to be the position with knight versus bishop. And I think we all agree that knight is much better here in this position. After jumping on d4, there is an idea to push also f4 pawn, or just to maneuver the rooks. Maybe that was too much to push f4, but instead to transfer this rook at some better places on c3, on g3, so on and so on. That's why bishop c5 was played. And the question is if black will get rid of this pin trade or not. Meanwhile, we can move to the next game. Gigalko Andrei and Etienne Bacron. What do we have over here? All right. First, which comes to my mind is the time advantage that white is having on the clock. That sometimes helps us to evaluate the position, but to be fair, here I think black stands really nice. Look at this active knight, a control c4 square, and white has funny pawn structure, and the bishop is even more funnier here on b2. Yeah, I think at some point white should push the c4 and open up the position. Why not? This is usually a typical setup from white side when you play Catalan system, to create some pin here and the get knight in this central square. So this knight on d2 is pinned. Also bishop from c5 controls this diagonal. I think here black stands really good. A third board of the match is Kazakovsky, Valery, and Naidich Arkady. Looks like standard position from King's Indian, and yeah, we had King's Indian. We can see with G3 line. A really interesting position. This dark square bishop is a really active piece. Knights are jumping, attacking on e4 square, and here white has to find some plan how to coordinate the pieces. Maybe knight d5 or even h4, just to push the knight somewhere backwards. Seems like this is just the beginning of the game, and they will find some type of setup here. Let's go to the next game. This is between two Russian players, Vladimir Fedostiev and Evgeny Tomashevsky. The position is indeed interesting. Both players have double pawns. White has on f-file and black has on c-file. And still both kings are in the center. I kind of have a feeling there's going to be long castle from black side. We will see that. And how to attack this pawn? It's black to move. It's black to move. I would think here to castle maybe, and then to play slowly. Or there's also idea to play bishop on e7, target the knight, and then grab this f5 pawn. I think he is thinking about bishop e7. Let's make it on the board if it's working. Bishop e7, knight is hanging. g3 is not the move that we should be really careful, because after this trades, the pawn structure on the king side is so bad. Instead of g3, he has to move the knight. There's also queen g4 move, but that calls more moves like h5 with a tempo. So knight f3 looks the move. And in this case, black can simply capture on f5. It's not so bad. Not so bad scenario. Yeah, probably he's thinking about this move. The time difference on the clock is enormous, almost 6 minutes. Yeah, and it's moved 12 yet. Still he's thinking. Let's wait a little bit and check out the move. Bishop e7. Hard not to play the move like this. It just calls like, okay, come on, take f5 pawn. This is the move that we have to bishop e7 is on the board. Maybe this is the move that we have to take in consideration, queen g4. Because after taking here on h4 and then f5, then this pawn is dropping, so this is going to be endgame. Maybe there is something better here for black rather than taking. And instead of queen g4, we have queen h5, and white is defending the knight from h5. Probably avoiding h5 itself from black side. Yeah, we have this position on the board. Seems like after very long thinking here, Tomaszewski didn't find any better move than this, so we have the end game with bishop versus knight and queens on the board as well. We can meanwhile move to the next position and find something interesting. So we're gonna have here rook endgame after taking on f5, g and king f4. Black has an extra pawn, but this pawn will be lost soon. Here black should try to simplify position, try to trade more pawns, and make a draw after these moves. Yeah. Because it is hard to believe here that black will go for f-win because of the weakened pawns. And to play against this active king is not that easy. The next move here we have next game Murzin Volodar against Shimanov Alexander. Here we have a very nice set on the H file. This looks like King's Indian position, but I just checked and it came from French defense. This is the French defense structure. Looks quite sharp position. There might be some sacrifices. There might be some sacrifices. Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Miki Adams. Let's check out here what is really happening. They're playing quite fast. there are no pieces on the board, but they have enough time. Black just offered to trade the queens. Check is on the board. If white takes on f4, which just happened, and plays on b6, then black will lose that pawn. Was that the only move to... Was the only chance? Yeah, this rook is so active here. The rook is so active. Calls so many dangers, and Jan Krzysztof Duda on the screen. He had to make this decision to trade the rooks. It should not be very hard for him to hold the draw here. There is only one weakness in the position, and we're considering this pawn as a weakness. For the victory, we know that we need second weakness on the board, and very likely here there will be no second weakness. And after check on a7, black king goes forward, a little bit active, not in the 8th rank, in a passive defense. Yeah, all right, rook can just move on a file. Rook a3 cuts the king. If rook tries to get out from this, then rook a2 again. In case if rook captures this pawn, then 2 versus 1 on the king side is draw, very easy draw. Actually 2 versus 1 in rook endgame is usually draw. So very likely we're gonna see here draw. Okay, next game is more exciting because here we have all the pieces on the board. Queen g4 looks really active here, targeting g7 pawn, but only queen cannot create a danger. Maybe his next moves might be h4, h5 to push h6. What else can be here? There can be some bishop g5 idea. Bishop takes g5, knight joins and targets this pawn. Looks interesting. White has 4 minutes on the clock against 7 minutes. Yeah, seems like white spent some time to get in here. Bishop e3 pins the knight and develops the pieces. Queen goes back on b7, just gets out of the pin, and rook c1 again. White is targeting the knight on c5. It is David Hovell, a grandmaster from England, on the screen. And here we go. Another. This is interesting. The pawn on the board, and it's on h5. We have to take a look at this. This is Andrei Sipienko and Michal Kobalia. Looks like French defense. Oh no, it was from Caro-Kann. It was from Caro-Kann. But yeah, Caro-Kann, close Caro-Kann and French defense are more or less similar pawn structure and also the ideas. Here it's more or less equal position. White tries to push still on the king side. It is worth to. It's fair to say that here it's more pleasant to play with white, because white is the one who still pushes on the king side, and black is just waiting. On the other hand, there is a really good outpost for the knight, and that's why knight h4 was played here quite fast, to not to allow knight to jump on f5. Is there some moves like h6? h6 will be just taken. Not really, not really. All right, let's go to the next game. And this is the game Matthias Blübaum and Vasily Ivanchuk. Andrei Esipenko having a snack made me think that I also have a coffee here to have some more energy and to get it. All right, let's see. The pawn structure is symmetrical here. And I don't see any weaknesses in any position. We might consider a little bit of the dark squares here, but that's very small. That's very small. When you can find anything and it's like, okay, there's a weakness on the king side, but maybe that's too small and nothing very special. For example, trade in the rooks and take the bishop, and after check, you can simply push e5. Or you can also play more careful and play king g8 and then try to get knight on c5, queen on d7, and just to play that position. Maxim Lagarde against Alexander Donchenko. Here we have black to move. This looks interesting position. Black controls all the live square, and now we just need just a magical square for the queen, and that's going to be huge problems for white. So here's the idea. If, for example, bishop takes, which was on the board, can black play now bishop e7 with idea to play queen c6 next move and to set up this very strong battery on the h1 to a8 diagonal. Yes, exactly. That's what he played. Queen c6 is a threat here. How to play? If white plays here careless, then white will be in a danger. Hard to defend this checkmate in Trent. Impossible to defend. So here, yeah, this is a threat. If you avoid queen c6, then it will be queen d5. Queen has two squares in this case, and I already start to think that maybe f3 is the one that should be played. And after queen c6 to play king g2 and to defend like this. I don't like that, but white has to defend the position from mate. Now maybe bishop d3, bishop e4 idea, or bishop d3, queen e4 idea. White is thinking. The time is all more or less equal here. So we have all the top players already in the playoffs. Seems like teams already called their best forces to join. So first number in the event is Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Second number in the event is Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Richard Rapport, Jan-Christophe Duda, Harikrishna Pantala, Vidit Adams, Vityugov, Artemiev, and so on and so on. There are a lot of super grandmasters. In total, we have 500 and more participants in the event, and from all these 500, we had 400 title players. So it's quite strong event. And now we're already in the stage of playoffs. And from playoffs, we're gonna know today those 9 teams who will qualify in the finals. Here, White decided to go a little bit more active defense and pushed f4 and tried to hold the position with queen on f1. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Queen e3 now willing to check on d2. The problem is that at some point White will be out of the moves, and it will be some Zugzwang position. Another position is Virit versus Muradli. And here Black has an extra pawn, but those pawns are blocked and stopped at the same color as the bishop. So here White has a good counterplay to hold the position with the knight, but White should keep these pawns at this position, not to allow the opponent to push them forward. And another game in this group is Gunay Mamazada against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Again, Radoslav Wojtaszek sacrificed material, and he has now pair of bishop against pair of bishop and the pawn. 2 pawns. Yeah, pair of bishop and 2 pawns for exchange. Rook h1, queen h8 is a checkmate threat, and after bishop f6, queen h6 was played quickly, bishop g7, and now g5 pawn is untouchable because rook is hanging here on h1. What happens if rook? Oh, no, rook cannot play. Queen has to go somewhere. Queen has to go somewhere because it's hanging, and queen went to c8, creating some more threats. How about g4 here? Can I play? Can I play that? Yeah, we have g4 on the board. And queen comes back on h4 again, willing to check here on e8. Oh, okay, what happens after queen h6? Is he ready for draw? I doubt that. Maybe queen goes back on g6. So instead of queen h6, she goes back to h2. Yeah, interesting position. Just checking the results, and Baden is winning. Is losing against Svetlana team 3-0-3. What? Maybe can we take a look at the screen of Chess24 if we have ready? I want to see it with my eyes. I want to see it. I cannot believe that easily. Okay, let's take a look at the situation for now. Is dramatical for Baden. What? 3-0. They just lost the match. no matter what will happen on the boards too. They lost the match against Svetlana. Wow, that's heartbreaking. Yeah, that's a sensation of the playoffs. So 2 losses in a row. 2 losses in a row. Wow, we might see Baden-Baden out of the picture. That's gonna be shocking. That's gonna be shocking. Wow. Yeah, seems not the good day for the players. Seems not the good play. I don't know if Rapport Richard knows already that the match is lost. Usually when we play over the board chess, we see the result, and here on online chess, there is forbidden to have a second browser open. So most probably he doesn't know the result yet. Wow. Wait, the position is draw, right? Here White can play king h5 and first capture the h4 pawn, and then h4 pawn, and then to go to h6 pawn. It's going to be draw, so the result will be 3.5 to half in favor of Svetlana. Wow. Here I have the list of the teams. And Svetlana is team rated 20 in the full standing, and the average rating of them is 25.48, and this is great result, of course, for those players and for the team. So everything can happen. And to qualify also in the semi-final, in the playoffs, is already a very good result. All right, let's go back to the chessboard. This is something shocking happened now in this round. Yeah, hard to focus on chess. This is funny position. We had this position earlier when we had rooks on h-file, and seems like lots of changes here, and now the pieces are all over the board. There are too many pieces, and this bishop is sort of stuck here, but also attacking on c2 pawn. Queen d2. Can I play queen d2 here and somehow try to get this rook on h-file or on f-file? I kind of feel that White has to simplify the position, and then go forward with g-pawn. G-pawn looks like an extra in this pawn structure. Okay, this is a repetition of the moves. Seconds on the clock. Black is trying its best. Both players have seconds on the clock. Okay, another game is Ivan Shaparinov and Maciej Klekowski. 2 pawns versus queen. The position is lost for White because queen can stop the pawns. Queen is really powerful piece. All right. The games are almost ending in most of the groups. We have few games left, and I see mostly rook and games. This is funny position. Let's take a look at this. Simon Gumulars, Bassam are playing this position here. Black has an extra exchange and a pawn. And the knight stands really active, controls all the possible ways for White to access. He's under control. If White tries to get the king from this path, then this pawn will be something that White has to take into the consideration. Seems like White is repeating the moves as Black. Is there a chance to somehow win this position? Let's see, rook here, king f7. H4 was played. White wants to stabilize to create this weakness here and stop the pawn here. Now it is a sort of Zugzwang because king can't move anywhere, the pawn is hanging. Knight can move, but in that case king might access to the pawns. Let's find some move here for black. Knight c7 was played, king here, knight here, king here, knight here. Yeah, instead of king f4, white goes here from the long way and plays king d4. King e3, he is not going for king e4. Is that the reason? Because probably he is considering e3 dangerous. e2 and knight c2. Maybe this is the one. Okay. f4. This is nice move. This is nice move. Black is trying to trade as much pawns as possible. After taking, king comes here, and that's gonna be also a target in the future. King can just access to this pawn after king f5. Yeah. Okay, this is the game we have to take a look at. Grandelius and Mihailevsky. White to move, bishop is hanging, and the next move will be the f1 probably. So let's move this bishop somewhere far. And queen, right? Take. And the question is if this position is winning. If the position is winning. Okay, something like this. Kick it. This might be a theoretical position. Okay. Okay, this is way more interesting. This is way more interesting. Let's see how it happened. I stopped somewhere here. Yeah, somewhere here. Instead of taking on f1, he goes for this position with pair of bishop versus queen. Is that draw? These bishops are so strong. The bishops are so strong. Impossible to through this. Break it. We have both players on the screen. Yeah, you should know this kind of end games. You should know where like that two bishops versus queen might be a draw if you find the way to to hold it. This is funny position. Is there any like legal way to win this? If okay, Niels is shaking. Okay, what happened? Niels is shaking his head. Okay, for a moment I thought that he lost the game, but he was just shaking the head. At this point, there was a draw offer. Let's see, maybe he had some interesting position earlier. Yeah, this is a game we can actually take a look before we go forward. This seems to be the final game of this round. 2 more rounds to go, and let's take a look here. Black decided to give 2 pieces for rook and the pawn, and to play this position. Looks quite practical, but yeah, white managed to consolidate the position here. All right. And here we have this endgame, where black managed to push the pawn to f2 and to get this position, which turned out to be draw. The position turned out to be draw because you are either playing king h2, king h1, or rook g1, bishop g1, and bishop h2. Looks nice, looks nice. All right, let's take a look at the video of draws of lots for the finals, and I'll come back with the final 2 rounds.
Chess is a game that is 1,400 years old. How come that today it is regarded as an important educational activity used in schools all over Europe? To answer this question, we must ask ourselves what the future will look like and how the schools are preparing children for the challenges ahead. Extremely rapid changes in social conditions, climate changes, artificial intelligence, automation, a new digital era. Scientists predict that the upcoming 20 years will bring more changes in the structure of human society than the previous 300 years have had altogether. This will affect us all, but most importantly, our children. To make them ready for these advancing changes, we need to give them different skills. Scientists talk about the 4 C's: critical thinking, communication skills, collaboration skills, creativity. Schools must find the teaching methods which adapts to the needs of the society and provide children with different mindsets that can be used in the digital era, preparing them for online and real-life experiences. Why chess? To reach the 4 C's, we need to teach our children pro-social behaviour, pattern recognition, problem solving, memory skills, generalization of knowledge. Chess trains all the 4 C's. It is a classical board game that is easy to use in the classroom, but also perfect for the virtual world. Gamification has proven to be a crucial educational method in the modern age because children are simply used to learn by playing. Chess crosses all borders. It encourages children to win with grace and lose with dignity. As one of the fastest growing educational methods in Europe, over 6 million kids play chess at school. And every day, new schools take up this wonderful learning opportunity. European Chess Union. We make Europe smarter.
We're back. I am Women Grandmaster Keti Tazalashvili, and this is European Club Cup 2021. This is the final round of the playoffs, and we have to take a look at the current situation. All right. This is the Group A, where Ladia Kazan is the leader of the group. Then follows with Klishchiachas and Polonia Wrocław. Those teams, together with Hamburg team, has a good chances to get in top 3 and to qualify to the finals. So once again, we have 3 groups today and 6 teams in each group. And from these 6 teams, 3 of them will qualify to the finals. Let's go to the next category. This is Group B, Novibor, Oldar Yuldu, and SF Dizishu has good chances to qualify to the next stage. Greco Notary chess team just follows very closely to these 3 teams. Let's go to the next groups. And here we have Mednik, Sadnik, 4 and Sial already qualified to the finals, and now we have Poland Hazard, Old New Boys, and Baden-Baden fighting for the final 3rd places. Baden-Baden here at the position 5, the favorite of the tournament. This German team has now to win the match and also support the other teams to to play bad and to get out from the top 3. We're gonna be focused now in this round in the game of Baden-Baden and Polish team Hazards. That's very important match for both teams. And here I have the first board, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave already playing. So we will take a look at this shortly. Let's go. 1e4. Here Maxim Vachier-Lagrave decides to go to c6, Caro-Kann defense. He usually plays also French defense and other settings, but he goes now with Caro-Kann defense. Polish team is in better situation. They have 1 point more. For them, a tie is also enough. Then for Baden-Baden, only chance here is the match victory. So Bishop G2 was played here from Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who, by the way, you can see on the screen. And it is black to move. Baden-Baden has a really difficult task to qualify after 2 heartbreaking losses in the playoffs. Knight bd7 was played. Looks so far normal position from both sides. And we can get to the next board, and this is second board, Richard Rapport against Miranda Vojcic, where the pieces are all already well developed. They played quite fast this opening. Both players have 15 minutes. The time control is 15 minutes plus 5 seconds increment, and the position looks quite equal. They're just going to warm up this situation on the board. The next game here we have Bartosz Soczko and Etienne Bacrot in the Catalan defense. So white plays here g3, bishop b4, very typical check here that calls bishop to come on d2, and usually in these Catalan systems this square is occupied by the knight, which supports c4 pawn and also supports e4 pawn. That's why bishop b4 is played here to force white bishop to get on d2 instead of the knight. Then it goes back on e7, and we have this theoretical position with knight e4. Black here decides to occupy the e4 square with a knight and to grab the bishop. Bartosz Soczko looks very concentrated on this screen. e4 is on the board. In this type of positions, white is having space advantage and black is having the issues of this bishop, but it's possible to develop this bishop from b6, b7, and after rook c8 to push c5 and open up a position. Here black has the advantage of pair of bishops, and that might be really sound here to push c5 or e5 is also possible. Okay, let's take a look. Black can here take either a c4, which just happened on the board, or to take on e4. If you take on c4, then you probably want to push b5 next with the tempo and to play bishop b7. That looks pretty much like Slav defense kind of positions, where black develops the bishop with b5 tempi. And after that, black still has the idea to push c5 pawn. Black is thinking here still. There's also the idea instead of b5 to push here c5 immediately, but I would be a bit scared after d5, because d6 is coming, rook comes on d1, and that's gonna be a really good position here for white because of the space advantage. And black is still thinking how to develop the pieces. In this type of pawn structures, there is always a challenge of this bishop, and usually bishop has no better square than b7. And we have the last game on the on this match. Polish Hussars versus Baden-Baden, Alexei Shirov against Jacek Tomczak. Looks like a French defense. We can get in there. Let's see how that happened. This looks pretty much like theoretical line. And here black pushes h5, calls white's pawn to move. King g2 looks interesting. King g2 looks indeed interesting. He doesn't want to castle, but he wants to keep this rook here just in case if he pushes h4. So that was really a nice plan here for black to get rid of the g4 pawn and get the knight on f5. In this type of positions, in this pawn structure, this f5, the knight and a bishop, king side pieces are fighting for the same square, and the same square is e7. and usually the games are ending in a loss if black player cannot find the proper place for those pieces. But seems like here black decided this this problem, and should be okay here for black. Knight e3 was played. There is a knight to push g6, or you can also capture this knight here. The pawn on d4 is not hanging, because after knight takes on d4, the rook will be under a threat. Here black has two options: to push g6 and then capture this knight with the pawn, or just simply to take e3 pawn. And this is the way how Jacek Tomczak is thinking. We have him on the Zoom call right now. A very interesting chess player. I have seen very nice games of Jacek, and he shined in the previous Olympiad in Batumi 2018, where Poland had the best tournament. All right, this is the 4 games in this match. I'm just getting through all the games again. I don't see anything dramatical yet. On the first board, we have this very typical position of the Caro-Kann defense, where black goes for the long castle. Only unusual thing is that the king is on f1, it's not on g1, and I wonder how the king got in here. Let's check it. We stopped it at this point after queen f3 and knight bd7, and let's see what happened. Black started to push h-pawn very quickly and get some advantage on the king side. It seems like after this battery, white was forced to play king f1. Queens are traded, and d4 pawn was hanging here. So here Duda decided to push it rather than to play passive bishop e3 and to defense. Looks interesting, but what happens is not it hanging. Let's check out. Take, take, take. And very likely white will take this pawn first, and then we'll take this knight and we'll play this position. Even it's not wanted to capture this knight, as white has here the pair of bishop. And yeah, that's the advantage we should not give. Probably g5 will be the next idea. d5 looks strategically correct move to open up the position files and the diagonals for the bishops. Bishop e7. Oh, all right. This is now hanging. This is not hanging because rook d1 is a check. Let's go a little bit more. The rook is hanging, and if rook goes on some careless move on b1, then pawn takes, and after this there's very unpleasant move bishop f4. So it seems like in this variation rook should stay on the file, and after capturing here and check to have bishop d6. So the pawn on c6 is not hanging. It's not a blunder. It's just a trap that Vasyl Legrand just set it on the board. And the question is how white should play. And MVL is the known of his tricky play. He likes to have some traps on the board. For example, if white plays here king on e2, Can I capture now? And capture here. That will be not possible. That's not possible because of rook d5. And then bishop will take back. Also, the game on the second board gets into some shape. Look at these beautiful knights just blocking the white pawns and controlling the important squares. Knight g4 was played in the as a last move. The question is if white can push the pawn, the knight back. Right, let's get this knight. Here. Yeah, still quite tricky position here because of the knight. Knight just stops white's play on both sides, on the queen side and in the center, and again the king side is not much to play. In the game of Bartosz Sotko and Etienne Bacro, here we have a very nice knight on c5, just blocking the queen side. Yeah, this bishop finds no better squares than e8. So this bishop came here and here to connect the rooks. And here we have black to move. What happens if black pushes b6 pawn? Knight probably will come back on d3 to defend this one. And later on, white will start to push some ideas like this and double the rooks on the c file. Here instead, b6, black goes for a5, and white quickly captured the a5 pawn. The thing is that queen cannot take it back because knight b7 wins the exchange. That's a fork. And if here black captures the knight first, then queen will capture it and defends this pawn. After rook a8 here, what can be played? Maybe rook b1. And rook b7, some intermediate moves. Yeah, we have this on the board. Very likely we're going to see something similar. Here a 5 pawn is hanging, and white has to do something against that. If black managed to get this pawn and then this rook comes on e8 and targets a2 pawn, that's going to be counterplay here that black is always sticking in this kind of position. So I really suggest here white to play rook b1 and after taking on a5 just to capture this pawn on b7. Let's see what Bartosz Sotko will play in this position. We don't have result yet in this match. Also, group 3 is quite tense, in quite tense conditions, and there are many teams still having some chances to qualify in the top 3. This is interesting game between John Quinn and Kobalia Mikhail. And indeed, Baden-Baden team, the captains of Baden-Baden probably are looking also these games because they are their opponents. The all new boys are their opponents, direct opponents. What is happening here? It is black to move. We see these pawns here. Very likely king will go on f8 because now it's in the center. Rook e1 might be a threat next move. So queen d7 was played after rook e1. Bishop comes on e7. Okay. If king e7, white is winning queen, but here this move saves black because there's not rook e1 anymore. So we have this on the board. Rook e1, bishop e7 was played, and white shouldn't take. Why shouldn't take this bishop on e7 for sure? Instead, white can play the queen on f4, targeting this pawn using the pin, and king can go on f8 and to play this position. Two extra pawns, but very poor position of the king and double pawns. It's up to the taste which side would you like. Like you can play with both sides. Yeah, I was thinking which side I would choose, but I don't have an answer. And queen f4 we have on the board. The last board of Baden-Baden and Poland Hazards. We have some changes here. Seems like the whole kingside pieces are gone. Black has an extra pawn on g7, and seems like there's any single problem here for black anymore. And now it's time to play some more active moves like knight f5, knight c4. Control C file. B2 pawn is hanging, but now it's untouchable because after rook b1, white will get some counterplay, so we're not taking this kind of pawns. Another idea is to push f6 and break the center, but I would leave this pawn here. I would leave this pawn here for the moment. If white tries to get queen here and here to start some play, black might just simply answer with this move, bishop bishop f8. On the other hand, it's also possible to play something like knight a5, bishop b5, and king d7. King on d7 will be safer. And in the position of Sochko and Baccarat, here we have just one more move, and after rook b1, black decided to trade the queens and to play this endgame, and probably he will take now on e2, and after rook c7, there will be rook c2 move. Just a defense for the moment. Then maybe next move is h6 or king f8. And after all, rook will come on c4, target this pawn, and we're gonna have some changes here, and it's possible that this game will end in a draw. Okay, let's get back to the game of Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. I will be mainly focused on these matches because this is quite important for the German team Baden-Baden to win the match against Poland Hazards, who actually has really good chances to get in the finals. The leader of the Polish team, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, is on the screen. He's playing against French #1 player, MVL, and all right, he's holding, but a bit passive position. A5 was played here. Rook doesn't have much square to go. King can't find any better place here. A4, just he makes sure that position is closed. We have opposite color of bishop here, and he will just repeat a couple of moves now. If black pushes e4, that pawn will be captured twice, and the game will end in a draw. So here Duda is hoping for a draw. He's hoping to hold the position and just to play moves like king d3, king c2, or maybe bishop h1, bishop g2. All these pieces are perfectly placed for defense. Bishop g1, he wants to activate the rook. Can I wait also? I can also wait. And after this, I'll play rook d2. The thing is that there is one little detail that white should be careful with to control this. This possibility. Not to have d3 move, For example, bishop here and okay, take. Yeah, that's interesting. Let's take a look. We might see this scenario. We have rooks on d file. Let's see how Duda will set up now the pieces. Bishop comes on f1. He calls to black to play e4. Otherwise, he will play bishop d3, or he will capture first on d4 and then play bishop f3 and attack the f5 pawn. And what happens if black pushes here e4? Can I? I think I can. Here, and here. And that's draw. That is draw. Even if black managed to capture this pawn and magically this pawn, the position will be drawn. Let's quickly get to the second board. This is Richard Rapport and Wojciech Moranda. And seems like black is here very active. Again, opposite color of bishop. We have so many opposite color of bishop positions, which is quite sharp. It can be drawish, but it can be also sharp at the same time. In the game of Sochko and Bakra, we have this endgame. Looks very drawish to me. White offered a draw and played the move. And let's see if black will accept it. Let's see if black will accept it. Draw is offered. No. They have to fight. They need to win, and black did not accept a draw here. He goes for king g7. Probably he wants to activate the king. King g6, king f5 is on the way, and he says that this is the weakness. This is the weakness that I want to get, and then I will play the position rook in game 4 versus 3. I know it's draw, but you're gonna have to defense it. Okay, let's go back to the young Christoph Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Seems like a black developed, black improved the king's position here. What happens if king comes here on f4? Okay. Bishop takes is not something that we should consider as a danger, because then in that case white king and bishop will control e4 e2 square, and that's going to be drawn. So we are considering to take it with a pawn. But Duda doesn't want that. He just plays after king f4. He plays bishop g6. He wants to make sure that when king goes on g3, he can capture this and then this. And you know what? You have a pass pawn, but I also have a pass pawn on c4. Let's see this quickly. c5, c6. Black has to play this move now. Just all right. King here, attacking the d4 pawn. Bishop e5 instead. Yeah, no, accuracy is very important in this position. Accuracy is very important, and better to play king d3 in advance. Let's keep focusing on this position. This is what we have right now. Rook d2. If e3, then take and king d3. And after this, bishop on f5 and king comes on e2, and it blocks the position. What happens if king e3? And game on the fourth board ended already. Very likely that ended in a draw. Sochko versus Bacrot. They ended already. All right. Okay, let's focus on this game. This looks really interesting. They are still playing this position. Looks very interesting indeed. Bishop e1 now forces the rook to make a decision finally. Rook d1 still is on the board and can consider this move. The game, Sochko Bartosz and Etienne Bacrot ended in a draw. We have interesting position on the last board. What? How this happened? How this happened? Shiro proved us other way. He got now from that position. He got something. Let's take a look what happened. After bishop e7, this is the last time we visited this game. b4 happened that stopped the knight from coming from a5 and squeezed the black's pieces more. Now knight g5, targeting f7 pawn. Bishop h5 might be the next move. Bishop g4 is on the board. Queen f3 targeting f7 pawn. And after knight f5, now rook comes on h5. Black captured second pawn. And after rook h8, bishop takes on f5, and pawn takes f5. White to move here. Alexei Shirov on the screen. Can I win that bishop? Knight h7 on the board. Wow. yeah, this is the situation when something goes wrong. Knight h7 wins the bishop on f8. Yeah, I was black took some time to get this rook on c4, c3, and took this pawn, and it gave white a good chance to put up some fire on the board. And Shirov is really good to start the fire on the board. That's what he writes in his books as well. f4 was played, and here bishop cannot take because of the pin, but can queen take this? I think yes. Oh, okay. Queen g6 comes with a check, and after this one, we have queen g6 on the board. This is the moment when I wish to have an engine to know who stands better. Yeah, queen g5, okay. Queen g5, queen takes, bishop takes, check, f6, take, bishop takes, check, and yeah. So we have resignation here after queen g5. That means that Baden-Baden now has 1 point advantage. 2 games down, 2 games in progress. This is the first board here. The situation is not changed at all. Shirov still keeps checking the games. Probably he's just observing the situation. What is happening if the team has a chances to go to the finals. That's very important. That's very important. King f2 and bishop h5. Again, e3 is not working because of king d3. Here, black's idea is to hold the position, make white some troubles, but also to make him lose some time, and then to use time advantage. You need some time, even here you need some time to play accurate chess. Bishop f5, targeting, and when king gets on a file, then bishop comes back on g4. No, bishop stays on g6 and skips the attack. Okay, the second game, second board of this match. What's happening here? Look like the advantage for black. Black is trying to get this pawn. Look at this beautiful pawn here, keeping bishop and the rook too busy. There you go, rook takes h3 with a check. And then black will have 2 pass pawns. Now black will simply get this rook on the first rank, and then will push the h pawn as well. Is this winning for black? Only chance here for Baden-Baden is to get in the finals is to win this match. We have this position already. Duda Vashie, we had it earlier, and very likely we will not see any dramatical changes. Yeah, they're repeating the position with the hope to get something out of it. I absolutely understand the position of Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. He just joined the tournament. He wants to play more. He wants to play in finals, and his team is having some struggles. So he will push as much as possible. Especially, most probably, he doesn't know what is happening in the other boards. And in this game here, Richard Rapport tries to find some chances, some practical chances, and gets the king very active. Because if white keeps the passive position, then these two pawns are unstoppable. And he tries now to create some sort of mating threat. Bishop e4, the idea is to play rook e7, trade the rooks. If the rooks are trading, if rooks are off the board, then this bishop cannot stop both pawns from b and h pawn. It's impossible to stop. And the game, Duda and Vachier ended in a draw. Baden is, for the moment, is winning the match, but this is the final game of the match, and if black wins the game, then it's going to be tie. They're repeating the moves. After rook king d8, bishop went to b4. I was a bit confused because white changed the move. White played rook h4 here, and I thought white would just repeat the moves. Now the rook is chasing the bishop. Let's see how black will play. Rook e8, rook e1, can I play rook e1? Now rook e1. h2. Yeah, h2 on the board. I don't know. Who can stop these pawns? There is some check here, and after this check here, but king has a place to hide. But just in any case, just check makes sense here to push the king. So in that case, king will also have e7 square additionally. Okay. Bishop gets the pawn and also defends h2 pawn. And now in this case, rook can play freely on the first rank and then support the pawn to queen. This gonna be resignation soon, and that's gonna be really dramatic, really dramatic for Baden-Baden. We're gonna take a look at the standings after the end of the final game. All right. Rook c7 gives no chances here. White to white. Richard Rapport had amazing tournament, but seems like was not enough. Now black will queen. There was the final game in the C group. We have a couple of games on B group, and we have also one game in the group A. So knight versus two pawns. Knight is really tricky piece. Knight is tricky piece. Yeah, that's gonna be a draw because knight just keeps checking, and this this king controls the g pawn. There we go. We're gonna have result here soon. one last game here in this group is Wojtaszek against Maurizi. Black has pawn and exchange for a rook. Looks like George position. Yeah, it's hard here for white to win. Bishop gets on c5. And then after check, bishop goes on back on d6. Yeah, the draw. So final game of the round. That's it. Rook endgame. This is group 2. We already have the results in the in 2 groups. This is the 3rd group. We know the finalists, but there is some work should be done with the fair play analyze, and we're gonna know tomorrow the winners and the finalists. That will be the results will be out tomorrow at 11 a.m. Can we take a look at the standings for the moment, maybe in those 2 groups? Just to have an image which groups will go to the finals. But once again, this is the process that arbiters are doing every day. They are checking the games, and then they are putting the results after that. Because online chess turned to be really challenging, really challenging. All right, we have one last game in progress, and in this group, this is Group B. Is this the final? This is the final after 5 games. Okay, this is the final. There was the previous one was the group 2, which the 1 game is still in progress. So in group C, here we have this situation that 2 teams got 6 points. Mednik, Sadnik, and for NCL, they got 6 points. They are in the finals, and then Poland Hussards and New Old Boys, they have 5 points, and in this case we have Poland Hussards with 11.5 points. That's the game points. It means that they won more games in their matches. They won the games with bigger difference than New Old Boys. So yeah, they will qualify to the finals, but once again, the games should be checked under fair play analysis. But me personally, I don't expect here any cases. Let's go to the other group. That's Group B. Still, this is in progress. And do we have? Oh, 5 games. All right, 5 games. So in here, all that you will do, this is absolute favorite of this group, got qualified to the finals. Novibor and CF Dejisu also qualified with 7 points. And I think we also already have the result in the final group. Let's take at the Group A. So here we have Ladi Kazan, Hamburg, and Klishchiachas qualifies to the next stage. Oh wow, look at this, how dramatic it is. Klishchiachas and Club Polonia Wrocław has, and also the other German club, Hockenheim, has 4 points. They have very similar points, but now the game points comes into the game, and seems like Klishchiachas has more points, 9.5, and they will they will join the finalists tomorrow. All right, what a day! What a day! I loved it. I love the games. And I hope you also enjoyed. I would like to invite you for the finals tomorrow and the other day. We're going to have the finals for 2 days. And we're going to start at 2:30 Central European time, both days. And we're going to have tomorrow 4 rounds, another day rest rounds. So we already know those teams who will qualify to the finals after checking of fair play games, and then also the female team of Monte Carlo will join the finalists, and we're gonna have a lot of interesting games. So I invite you for tomorrow to come and join me, and until then.